Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. Simi Bonds, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff. District 3, Toya Tucker. District 4, Charmaine Crabb. District 5, Gary Allen. District 6, Joanne Kogel. District 7, Walker Garrett. District 8, John Anchor. District 9, At-Large Council, Travis Chambers. District 10, At-Large Council, Lindsay McLemore, Clerk of Council, and City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council.
Thank you for joining us on the June 2nd Columbus City Council meeting. We appreciate having everybody taking an interest in what goes on in the community, and I do mean that sincerely. Before we get started with the business, though, we will start as we always do, and that's by asking God's presence and blessings on these proceedings. So, Grace Edwards Burton. Grace, if you would, hit that light and let me turn. It is on. You did your part.
All right. Good evening. And welcome to those who are new. Let us pray. Oh God, you have bound us together in a common life. Help us in the midst of our struggles for justice and truth to confront one another without hatred or bitterness and to work together with respect for the good of all. We pray for the wisdom to balance the opportunities of the present with our hopes for the future. We pray for the strength to resist quick fixes and seek lasting solutions. We pray for the courage to protect what we hold most dear. We give thanks for the many blessings that you shower on this community daily, for our natural resources, for concerned and interested people, for thoughtful and faithful leaders, and for all the opportunities that you lay before us. Continue to make us faithful stewards of all that you give us and help us to rejoice daily in all the ways that you care for us. And we ask this for the sake of your love. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Reverend Grace, thank you, and thanks St. Thomas. Y'all do such an incredible job in the community. We really, really do appreciate you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, next is we're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance led by Daniel Hernandez from Arnold Middle School. Daniel, welcome. Come on up to the front, sir. Yes, sir, just right up here. Put you center stage. The rest of you would please stand and join me as Daniel leads the pledge.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, Daniel, don't run off so quick. So tell us what grades you're in in Arnold.
I'm in 8th grade at Arnold.
Okay, fantastic. Well, what do you tell us a little bit about what you do at Arnold Middle School?
For this year, I was one of the top students in my class for science. I played on our athletic teams. I won the Young Citizenship Award for our school, and it's a lot more, but I don't know.
But you don't want to brag, right? I get it. Well, Daniel, we're awful proud of you. We appreciate you being here this morning. You have a parent here with you?
Yes, my mom.
Let's ask her to stand up. Give her a round of applause. Daniel, great job. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir. You too. There's a motion to receive the minutes. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. We have to ask your indulgence. We need a short executive session because it deals with a budget item that has to be wrapped up today. So I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for personnel as well as potential litigation. All right, motion and a second. All in favor say aye. All right, any opposed? All right, y'all can wait here. We're not going to make you move. We're going to go to the room in the back. All right, listen, thank you for y'all's patience. We've been in executive session. We talked about litigation, potential litigation, and personnel, and no votes were taken. We're a little bit behind our time. I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney to conduct the mandatory taxpayer Bill of Rights public hearing. Mr. Fay?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get to our regular agenda, we've got to hold a second taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. That's what it's called in Title 48. We've got Finance Director who's going to talk a little bit, and our Chief Appraiser, Ms. Widenhouse, about what people might see on the tax notices this year. But essentially, like we've said in prior years, if you have a homestead exemption in Columbus with a frozen homestead assessment, your taxes should not increase. As in past years, they'll stay the same. And unless you make a major improvement, the assessor is not going to add that to your assessed value. But this is required, these hearings are required when the tentative property tax digest in Muskogee County, the entire county, is estimated to be increased in value. And that's happening again. We estimate that the digest value will go up overall. So these hearings are required. But if you have a frozen homestead, your tax bill should stay the same. Ms. Alexander, you want to lead it off, and then we'll let Ms. Widenhouse talk and see if there are any questions, anybody that wants to be heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Deputy City Manager Hodge. As the City Attorney mentioned, this is the second of 3 taxpayer Bill of Rights hearings. The first one was this morning at 9 a.m. The third taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing will be next Tuesday at 9 a.m. It will actually not be in this building. It will not be in the council chambers. It will be at the Muskogee County School District building for the third taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. That also will be the first hearing of for our millage ordinance. So that also is a that also is a public hearing because it is first reading of our millage ordinance. And as the city attorney mentioned, there is no increase in the millage for FY27 as compared to FY26. The millage remains at 16.07 mills for Urban Service District 1, at 10.09 mills for Urban Service District 2, and 9.19 mills for Urban Service District 4. And again, just to reiterate, if you have not made any major improvements, significant improvements to your home, or if you have a homestead exemption, there is no increase in your actual property tax. As the city attorney mentioned, the total digest has increased in value. It has increased in value more so in Urban Service District 2 than it has in Urban Service District 1. So the notices that you received of the property tax increases, notices that you saw, I should say, publicized in the paper of the property tax increases, that is just because the total digest has increased, and we anticipate as a city that we'll receive more in revenue this year from this year's digest than we received last year from last year's digest. There is a millage rate equivalent for that additional revenue, and we could either roll the millage rate back to receive the total amount of revenue from last year for this year, or we could keep it the same in terms of the millage rate. And so the millage rate that's been proposed in the mayor's recommended budget is the same. So there's no increase in the millage rate. There's no increase in taxes. It's just that the digest value has been increased due to valuations. And so there is a change that's pretty significant this year due to a lot of legislation that's been going on by the General Assembly. The tax assessor, the chief tax assessor is here. She is going to walk us through some of those changes to the notice of assessment This notice is completely different. It looks completely different from prior year notices. And so there is a brief PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to ask the chief assessor to give, just sort of explaining some of the changes on the notice of assessment that every taxpayer will receive this year. So I'm going to ask Suzanne Whitenhouse to come to the podium.
Thanks. Thank you and good evening. House Bill 566, passed by the General Assembly, signed by the governor, changes the notice of assessment rather dramatically. One of the biggest changes that everybody is going to see is that it no longer has the estimated taxes on the bottom of it. I have handouts. I've given all of you a copy of them. There are also handouts out next to where the agendas are if anybody wants one of those. This particular slide is going to be printed on the back of every single notice of assessment so that people will have an explanation in their hands when they receive their new notice of assessment. I realize that it's kind of hard to read on the screen, so I am going to break it down in a couple of slides. First and foremost is the appeal date, that's number 1. That is in the same spot, that has not changed. And the appeal date is 45 days from the mailing of the notice. The notices have not yet gone out. We are still working with our vendor to reprogram in order to be able to print some additional information that is required on this notice. Fingers crossed they get to the printer at the end of this week so that they can go out sometime next week. Number 2 on here is that the property ownership as of January 1. Notices are mailed to whoever owned the property on the 1st of January. House Bill 566 included a provision in regards to if you no longer qualify for your homestead exemption, you must notify the tax assessor's office. That has always been law, but there was no teeth to it. There are now some penalties associated with not notifying us if you no longer qualify for your homestead. If you move and keep that house, but don't tell us you're no longer living in that property as your primary residence, you need to notify us that is the case. Otherwise, you can get hit with some pretty significant penalties. Section 4 is about the homestead exemption itself and being able to apply for it. In the past, the deadline to apply for homestead was April 1st. However, House Bill 566 has extended that deadline to the end of the appeal period. So if you owned your property on January 1st and have forgotten to file for your homestead and you received this notice of assessment and it doesn't show a homestead on there and you would like homestead, you do still have an opportunity to apply for it for the current year. You have until the end of the appeal period in order to do so. If you don't file by the end of that appeal period, then you will have foreclosed your right for homestead for this year. So it's important that you do take a look at these notices so that you can see if you do have homestead, and if you qualify for it, don't have it, and want it, you have until the end of the appeal period to apply for it. Number 5 is all about the appeal rights. This talks about appealing your value or taxability, uniformity, exemptions, the different categories of appeal, whether it's to the Board of Equalization, to non-binding arbitration, whether it's to a hearing officer or to Superior Court. That is spelled out on this notice. The appeals must be in writing. We do have the ability to accept appeals online through our QPublic site. That will be turned on the day we mail the notices, and it will automatically close at the end of the appeal period. You can mail in a notice, mail in an appeal, or you can actually come by the office and fill out an appeal form, and my staff will be happy to assist. So the next section is about the property itself, to include the parcel identification number, It's the property description, the actual physical address of the property, the acreage, what tax district it's in, what last year's value was, what this year's value is, where it says 2026 other value if you have a specialized assessment, such as rehabilitated historic, conservation use, Forest Land Protection Act, brownfield, something of that nature, that value will be in that particular box. And number 9 is why you're receiving this notice. This is language that's provided by the Department of Revenue that talks about school districts and governing authorities establishing millage rates and the public hearings. The number 10 is the annual notice of assessment. You'll always see that on every single notice. But then you might also see other reasons for the notice, such as if you have a value change, the reason for that value change, whether it's new construction or maybe a demolition or a fire or something of that nature, whatever reason it was that caused us to reevaluate that property will be listed in that particular box. And brand new to the notice of assessment is the 2026 exemptions, credits, and preferential assessments. This will list any exemptions or special assessment that you might be receiving, such as homestead, the local frozen for the homestead, and then under the estimated tax savings, that is the amount of tax that you are being saved according to the exemptions that are listed in box 11. Box 13 explains how we actually calculate those. It's a lot of information on one simple form. This, as I said previously, this will appear on the back of every notice of assessment this year to explain the new notice. My staff is able to help explain all of this. Some things that are not on here that have been on here in the past include the estimated taxes, your exemption amounts, for your homestead and your local freeze. Those amounts are no longer on here, so you can't see them on this notice of assessment. If you need help in calculating an estimate of taxes, we are happy to do so. We have some tools online. As part of the handout, we have another little cover sheet that kind of spells out what some of the changes are. It has a QR code on there. This is also available on the city's website. When you go to columbusga.gov, at the very top of the front page of the website is a red banner with a notice about the change in assessment, and the flyer with the QR code is right there for anybody to click on. That will take you to the Q Public page, which has some tax estimator tools on it in order to be able to estimate what your taxes would be. We're also happy to help. You can reach our office through phone, email, come on in, and we'll do anything we can to answer any questions. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to. That includes folks in the audience. This is a public hearing, so.
Yeah, any questions around the table first?
They're not.
All right, anybody in the audience want to be heard? We've got officials here. Anybody got a question or a comment? Okay.
You'd have,
Come
sir,
up
you'd have to
here,
come up.
sir. Where they... Yeah, come to the mic, they can all hear you.
That's all right. Thank you for being here.
My question is, you said that this is something new, and there've been no calculations on that for the homestead. You do have formulas. Will that be on the notice?
No.
So we have to look at your department
Yes.
online?
Yeah, so you can go to our department online, you can come into the office, you can call us, and we will walk you through how those calculations are done. I want to make clear to everybody that we did not set this form up. This form was set up by the legislature and the Department of Revenue. We did not get input into how it was set up, so I apologize for the lack of
okay.
transparency.
That's okay. Everybody's got a boss.
Thank you, sir.
Clyde, C-L-Y-D-E, Crosby, C-R-O-S-B-Y. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Counselor Huff?
Yeah. Counselor Huff?
Yeah, thank you. If you don't mind, could you repeat that there would be no tax increase and why?
For the majority of citizens, there will be no tax increase. If you have homestead on your property and you didn't make any change to your property, the millage rate is not changing, so you will see no tax increase. On this notice of assessment, if you see that your 2025 value is the same as your 2026 value, there will be no tax increase because the millage rate is not changing. It will be the same whether you're in District 1 or District 2 or District 4 or Bid District 5, 6, or 7. The millage rates are not changing.
Good, thank you. I was asked this on Saturday. I don't know if they made it tonight, but anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor Davis.
I was hoping you would say that the millage rate would go down or the assessment would go down so people's property taxes would go down and they could go down.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I was a little distracted by.
When you talked about no change, I was hoping you would say a possibility that assessments could go down and property taxes could go down.
That, of course, is a possibility unless you're homesteaded. If you are homesteaded, a freeze is a freeze is a freeze.
Well, well, look, I'm saying it in kind of tongue in cheek, but
Yeah.
a lot of people look at it as reality. What I really wanted to talk about, and you're talking about assessment, that's a whole different thing than what people read in the newspaper about the rollback and the millage increase. Matter of fact, I've already got calls from citizens, and they were really, really upset because they thought their property taxes were going to go up. And I said, no, that's not what that implies. It's the most confusing thing we deal with year after year. It's the most confusing thing to the citizens because every year it's been going up and they think that their property tax are going up along with it. And that council during the budget process that we've raised property tax, we haven't. They're the same, they have not changed, and they're not going to change. All that does is the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to break it down in simple layman's terms. All that says, state says you got to go back every year, start over, whatever kind of money you collect, whether you collect more money or less money, that millage rate has to reflect that. So we've collected more money this year, the budget has increased, so really that millage is reflecting that amount of money. Is that pretty accurate in what I'm saying?
The rollback rate reflects how much we would collect if we were trying to collect the exact
starting from zero and showing
same
that.
dollars that we collected last year. But in the meantime, from when that was collected last year, we've had growth. We've had new construction.
I'm not talking about assessments, okay?
No,
I just want to talk about that.
But we've had growth. And so if we use the exact same millage rate to the value of today's tax digest, it means we're collecting more money
Right,
overall. But
Exactly.
we're not raising anybody's
right.
taxes if their value has not changed. So
Correct.
if you started a house and you finished it this year, you might see an increase because maybe your house wasn't done last year, but it's done today.
Right.
But if your house was already there and you already had homestead on it, your taxes aren't changing.
Right. No, that's essentially what I was trying to say, is we start from zero, and we show the revenue, whether you collect more or less, that number should reflect it. Now, the assessment on secondary, tertiary, other properties or business properties and all, they could still be reevaluated, and they could be reassessed. Now, they could go up. Now, I tell people that, they could go up.
Or they could go down.
Or they could go down like I started, the conversation. Hopefully they go down. But I just want to make sure that's what we're doing when that millage that the paper's showing on the rollback. Every year people get confused on that. But as far as the budget goes, the budget has increased, but it's just more money has been collected and you got to show it to balance the budget. So you have three options. You can put it in the budget, You can put it in the reserve, or you can lower the millage and give it back to citizens. That's your three options. Yeah, thank you.
No, that's your three options.
Thank you.
All I do is value.
That is the government's three options. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Teresa Elamine is attending virtually, and she did want to ask a few questions.
Sure. Ms. Elamine, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Because Columbus has a lot of renters, and the house that I live in, which I'm renting, is owned by an investor out of Atlanta. And the rent that I pay amounts to the total amount of taxes that they owe on the house for a year. And so $1,040 is what they pay in annual taxes for a house that's valued at $60,000. It's 80 years old. And I just want to make sure that their taxes are not going to change, because I'm sure they'll try to pass it on if their taxes change. So I just want to see how this impacts people who own rental property that they pay taxes on. Could Ms. Widenhouse explain that?
I can't speak to a specific property because I don't have computer in front of me to answer a specific question in regards to what happened to a specific property's taxes or valuation. I can say that we revalue all property in the county once every 3 years. So I can't answer whether her property has been revaluated or not. But it does take place once every 3 years, and the value of that property will be based on what the market is doing. It'll be based on how much income that property is producing, because we will consider that as well, and it'll be based on the condition of the property. So we're going to look at, we look at all three of those things when we value property.
Well, I'll just check with your office to see if it's changed.
Absolutely. We're happy to take those calls.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, doesn't appear to be any more questions.
Anybody else in the audience have a question or comment? All right, that will conclude the second hearing required by Title 48-532.1. Next hearing will be 9 o'clock in the morning, next week's meeting. Thank you.
Across the street.
All right. Well, Ms. City Attorney,
Okay.
it's your agenda.
We'll go on into our formal agenda, Mayor. The first item up, we need a vote on a no parking zone along Warm Springs Road.
There's a motion to approve. And a second. Any discussion to this item? All right, hearing none, please put it on the screen. Councilors, you can enter your votes, please.
You vote on it.
Okay, that's approved.
All right. Next item is the FY '27 budget first reading. This is an ordinance for a total annual operating and capital improvement budget, total amount $403,975,758. It's on for discussion. Ms. Alexander's here. There may be a motion or more than one by councilors to amend a fund in this budget. But Ms. Alexander, you can start us off make your comments, and we'll see what questions we get.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, can I make one correction? I do apologize. I'm getting my dates mixed up here. The third taxpayer bill of rights hearing is June 9th, and it is at 9 a.m., and it is in the council chambers. I do apologize.
We only had 15 to remember. That's,
I know, my goodness. I do apologize for that. The 16th, though, we will be meeting in the school district building. So.
Next
my
week will
apologies.
be here.
Next week, we'll be here, 9 a.m. in the council chambers. The 16th meeting will be 9 a.m. in the school district's building. All right, so as far as the FY27 budget, the city attorney did provide what the current operating budget is for FY25. Based on the add-delete list that was approved by the council, the Budget Review Committee, we ended the meeting on May 19th with 35.87 reserve days in the general fund and 36.86 reserve days in the lost fund, for a total of 72.73 reserve days. I do know, Mr. Mayor, there are a couple of requests that do need to be presented tonight to the council on first reading. This is, again, a public hearing. One of those requests is for the addition of a third state court judge. I did forget to bring this up before the Budget Review Committee. The governor signed the House Bill 1258 on May 14th, I believe. And so our session on the 19th, it just I just slipped my mind to mention that we will need to program into the budget effective the 1st of January for a third state court judge. So we do need to include in the budget the salary and benefits for the state court judge, which would be $112,661. For a law clerk, it would be $34,339. For a senior deputy clerk, $26,049. And then for a court reporter, $18,102. For a grand total of $191,151, or 0.26 days. And again, this is to comply with House Bill 1258 for the addition of a third state court judge to be effective the 1st of January 2027.
all right, there's a motion second to amend the budget to accommodate the additional state court judge. Any discussion of that? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Also, Mr. Mayor, there is a request by the Sheriff's Office. I do believe we have Major John Thomas here to make that request for the Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Major John Thomas with the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Countryman couldn't make it this evening. He's out of town in training. On behalf of Sheriff Countryman, we'd like to make a motion to request an amendment to the budget to allow a new position added in the amount of $150,407.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion of that item? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's passed. Major, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And so that was the addition of a chief deputy position at a grade 126. I'll get that added for the budget ordinance. Next on the agenda, well, not agenda, next elected official. I know, Mr. Mayor, that wanted to come and speak to the council. Unfortunately, they could not make it to the budget review session. Is our chief magistrate, Judge Steve Smith, who's also serving as our municipal court judge. Judge Smith is here, and he has a request to come before the council as well.
Welcome, Judge.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. I feel a little bit embarrassed about being here on a matter that's less than $10,000 when we're talking about a $403 million budget, but it is important to me, as you might expect, and that's why I'm here, and I appreciate so much the opportunity to speak. I am a little intimidated because we've got all these great people here. And I imagine everybody in this room votes, and so I'm a little intimidated by that because I'm asking for money, and I'm asking money for me. But I'm not asking for a raise that would not have happened anyway, but for a couple of issues. Now, folks, people are so confused about what I do. I'm the only judge that is a judge over two courts. I'm the chief magistrate judge, and I'm the municipal court judge. I'm elected as a municipal court judge, and when that happens, I am designated as the chief magistrate judge, and I have two courts, two sets of clerks. Now, our clerk, Reggie Thompson, is certainly over the municipal court clerk's office. I don't handle that, but I'm over the clerk's office for the magistrate side, which is another 6 or 7 people. So I have a lot of administrative duties there. The bottom line here is, because I'm over the two courts, when you find people and our local state delegation met, they said I could be compensated one of two ways. There are two different formulas, and I've tried to set them down here. One is Superior Court start out with that compensation, that total compensation. You multiply that by 90%, and that's what the state court gets. And then what the state court judges get, you multiply by 70%, and that's me. That's one way. Other way is there is a multi-step, somewhat complex, statewide magistrate judge formula. It's based on how many years you've been in office. It's based on the population of the community you serve, several other things. So you've got those two ways, and I can elect which way I want to go. And I've always been under municipal court until I finished my 3rd term as an elected official in 24. And when that happened, I went over to the magistrate judge formula, and that's what I've been operating on so far. Well, as you all know, I think, the legislature passed a new law regarding the compensation of our Superior Court judges across the state. And it was going to be an increase, a decided increase. And they needed it. They were the 12th lowest paid state court judges of general jurisdiction in any state in the whole 50 states, 38 above them. And they got that changed. But when they changed that, not to bore you too far here, they changed, there were two different buckets the judges got paid in. They got a state salary and they got a local supplement from the different counties. And that is added together, and then you do all the math to get out to what I am paid at the end of the day. So you had that. When they've changed it, the state compensation for Superior Court judges went up, but the local supplements went down by a significant amount, about $30,000. And that's made up in the state compensation the state pays. But when that happened, there was another change. And I wasn't aware of it, but our finance director made me aware of it. And that is that the local pay, which now it's not a supplement, it's called, locality pay, is not included as part of that you apply all these percentages to. So the bottom line is, under the old system, my salary would have been about $11,000 or $12,000 higher than it's going to be. So I sort of got left behind. Now, this isn't a brand-new subject matter to you because Judge Temeskin was here, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he asked for a supplement, and I'm here tonight asking for the exact same supplement. It is a supplement of $9,825.80. I'm not asking for that supplement because I just want to raise. I'm asking for that because the way they changed the formula, it is taking my salary down potentially. Even after their raise, it is taking it down about $11,000. So I'm not going to ask more than the state court asked for, but I am going to ask what they asked for. And that's the way this is all played out. And that is what I'm doing. And I realize this is somewhat complex, but y'all are smart people. If you got any questions, I'll certainly be glad to answer.
There's a motion. Do you have
All
a
right.
question? All right, there's a motion and a second to approve the supplement.
Well, let's get the amount in the record.
All right.
Thank you so very much.
So
Appreciate it.
anybody have any discussions to that? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
I will say this, I'm gonna have extra duties. They moved our jurisdictional limit up to $25,000. So every car wreck where there's a $25,000 policy, I'm gonna get it. So I think I'm really gonna get it. All right, thank y'all so much.
Thanks,
So
sir.
the amount with benefits would be $11,167. That represents 0.02 reserve days.
Let's get another formal vote on that amount.
All right, there's a motion second to adjust that amount. So all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, it is adjusted.
All right. All right, so that concludes, I would imagine, from a departmental standpoint, again, this is a public hearing, this first reading of the budget ordinance, and Mr. City Attorney. That does sort of wrap it up, though, as far as the reserve days to
Mayor, we've got
72.24 reserve days.
Request from the Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Spoke with the coroner on the way in, and he apologized to council and the budget committee for not making the meetings. He has asked for $1,000, well, I had it right in front of me, $1,156 for his operational cost. And so I make a motion that that be added to the budget.
Motion second to add that amount to the budget corner. Any discussion on that item? All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved. All right, Councilor Cogle?
Hi, while we're on the topic of budgets and amendments, would you be able to walk us through where we are with the pickleball complex? That I've had a couple people approach me over the last little couple weeks, and I know in whatever year that was, 2023, we started that conversation, and since then there's been some change orders of what was originally described, and then things were taken away and things were added as far as bathrooms on, I think, on our behalf. And can you kind of give us an idea of where they are, if we're under budget, over budget, how we need to move forward with that?
So we'll come back with a referral next week, and I'll provide all the information. From a overview, we are working with the contractor that was selected with the budget that we've been provided. So we can come back. They're doing some pricing, final pricing now, but there are things that we value engineered out, like the courts underneath the Second Avenue Bridge, in order to stay within the budget. But we want to get final pricing, and then we'll be able to come back. But we can come back with an update at the next meeting and provide all the details for that.
I guess my concern is that, we take these things away and we have to come back and we have to do them, or we decide a couple years down the road that we're going to put in an extra 4 or 5 extra courts, and now it costs, 2 or 3 times the amount that we could have just knocked it out and done the project the right way first. So while we're talking about the budget, is that, if we're over budget, is that something that we need to talk about? Is that something that we need to work in? I just don't want this to be kicked down the road to a place where it's going to end up costing the citizens 2 or 3 times the amount.
We'll come back at the next meeting with that update and provide those cost estimates, and then the council can make a decision if they want to add to that budget. We're trying to stay within the budget that was allocated.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You gonna give us a number on the days balance for the council with these 4 amendments, the unbalanced days?
So the adjustment that Mayor Pro Tem made doesn't actually adjust the days, so it's still 72.24 reserve days.
All right, we're still in the public hearing. Got any questions around the table? If not, we'll see. Anybody in the audience want to be heard? Raise your hand. Is Ms. Elamine there? Did she still want to ask a question?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. It wasn't clear to me what was just voted on from the Mayor Pro Tem amount from somebody who was absent, but I don't understand what that amount was for that the Mayor Pro Tem just added to the budget. What was that for?
The last one was the coroner.
Oh, that was for the coroner.
Right.
Well, he does a great job. That sounds great to me. I just didn't understand what it was for. That's all I have on the budget. So I'm looking to speak on the pension first readings. So that's what I'm interested in speaking on next when you get to that part on your agenda, Mr. Fay.
All right, that all the questions and comments on the operating budget? Looks like it. We'll bring that back for a final vote next week's meeting. Oh, Mr. Broadwater.
I moved a little slow, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you, though. Marvin Broadwater, Senior. I just want to make sure that I'm clear in my mind. Is this the actual budget that you're talking about here, or because the way this is wording, the wording of it, I was a little confused. So I want to make sure that my question is the add, delete list. Are we going to talk about the add, delete list before you have a second reading? Because we did last year.
Yeah, that's been incorporated into the budget. The add delete list was gone over item by item by the council 2 weeks ago.
I was here, Mr. Mayor. But, so I will reiterate what I talked about on that day once again, because this is the second time that I can speak on that subject. That was one item of concern to me, and it was there was a proposed position, I want to say 27,000, well, how much was it? There was a proposed that crime prevention, right. Was it 40? I can't see that.
49,000.
49,000. So I spoke on it during the budget cycle, and I'll speak on it again. You all have to listen, or you should listen to your subject matter experts. Your subject matter experts, once they come to you with a recommendation, it shouldn't be just you just throw that out the window. There was a proposal of $49,000 to add a position to the crime prevention office. And I didn't hear a lot of discussion on it from you all. It was just, we're gonna delete that position. And if you don't discuss it or deliberate on it, it's as if you're just passing that by. But I want to say, as I said that day, that position, I know that the young lady that worked with the director of crime prevention took crime prevention. When we first started with that program, we used to turn in paper applications. And if anybody has ever worked in administration, you know what it takes to go from a paper application to a paper list online, and it takes a lot of work. When I first got involved or started with that office, it was very cumbersome to fill out a application that was 20 pages long. And then when it went to online, it made it a whole lot easier. And I think if you ask any of those applicants, they will tell you that the process became easier. You have to listen to your subject matter expert. You all, or the city manager's office, hired them or recommended to your directors. I mean, they recommended that person to that position. If they are your subject matter experts and they come to you, there's a reason why they're coming to you. Now, we've had people come to this podium tonight, and you didn't do a lot of deliberation, but you went ahead and approved that money without the deliberation. So I'm pleading with you, not for me, for the kids, the youth in this community that benefit from that office. A lot of these programs helps with crime prevention, whether you agree with it or not. And I know with the organization that I'm a part of, I have asked you all to come see what we do. Some of you have come, some of you have not. But I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you for the kids in this community, for the youth. And we talked, a couple of you, I won't call your names, talked to a 16-year-old Saturday night. That's the young man that I want in that program, because that's the young man, if we don't grab him now, he's going to be in the game. So we've got to get those kids, and this is just a part of the village that program runs. I don't do it by myself. My fraternity brothers don't do it. They're not the only one. It's a village. It takes a village. But I guarantee you, when I talked to that young man Saturday night on Broadway, and I asked him if I could produce a facility for you to go to, he said, Mr. Broadwater, I wouldn't want to go to because this is where everything is, downtown. This is where I want to be. And a couple of you heard him say that. I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you. That position needs to be there. Don't delete it. Don't delete it without any deliberation from you all. Thank you for what you do. God bless.
Any other comments?
That's it.
Any questions? All right, we're going to bring that back as amended next week for a final vote on the operating budget. Okay. Ms. Alexander is still here. The next item is the ordinance for non-operating funds for FY27. These are a lot of different funds that are listed in this particular ordinance. Some of them include the American Rescue Plan money, home program funds, urban development action grant funds, your tax allocation district funds, hotel motel tax, and others. Are there any questions around the table on that? Okay, any comments? Don't see any hands, Mayor. Ms. Elamine, are you good with this one, the non-operating?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on and bring that back next week for a vote. Next item, I will call up 4 different ordinances together. This is the related pension plans for general government, for public safety, the disability income plan, and the death benefit escrow. These are all for the next fiscal year. Any questions around the table? All right. Anybody want to be heard on those? All right, we'll bring those back for a vote. Those are annual appropriations. The next is the monthly residential garbage fee, and it is going to be a phase-in of an increase. This is a low-income offset that we do every year. It's up for discussion. Any questions on that around the table? This is item 8.
No, sir.
So,
Yes, I have a question. I understand that there's a low-income offset on the trash collection, but is there any?
You come up to the podium, please. Ma'am, come on up to the podium, please.
Hi, hey, I'm Karen Hart, Kendrick High School, class of 1976. Nice to meet you. I left in 1982, and now I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yes, on the trash collection, yes, I noticed that there was an offset for low-income residents, and I was wondering if there was an offset also for senior citizens, and if you were willing to consider such. Other major counties in Georgia do have that for residents who are 65 and older.
No, it's
no, it's strictly based on the Health and Human Services statistics. Is that right, Ms. Hodge?
Yes, that is correct. We do not offer a senior citizen discount, and Director Short is here to respond as well.
I was just going to say the same thing. She's correct. It's based on the Human Family and Children Services poverty guidelines. That's what we use to determine if an individual is eligible for the low or the reduced rate.
Thank you. You turn your button on again.
Okay, this is a 25% per month discount under the HHS statistics. Now, there's also the garbage, the waste collection service fee for July 1, 26 will be 26 per month. Effective July 1, 27 is 27 per month. Effective July 1, 28, rate of 28 per month. And that's waste collection services at the curb on city right-of-way for residential. Does that cover that? Okay. All right, I think Ms. Elamine wants to speak. We'll see if anybody else.
Thank you, City Attorney. Now that I live in a house, I am just amazed at the great job that Columbus Waterworks does in collecting the fees, and I am just so pleased with being able to do auto pay every month. And as a senior citizen, these are some of the lowest rates I've ever heard of, for being able to have all your garbage, your recycling, your yard waste picked up. And because I'm handicapped, the wonderful public works workers come up in the carport and they get the bins and they dump them and they put the bins back. So I am just very pleased with getting that one bill from Columbus Waterworks. and most months it's under $50. I don't use a lot of water because I send my laundry out, but it is just very reasonable. And I appreciate the person asking for discounts for seniors, but these are some of the best rates I've ever heard of for water, sewer, and trash pickup combined. It's really great, and I'm really pleased with the service and with the rate and the fact that I can do auto pay every month thanks to Columbus Waterworks. They let you set up auto pay. So I'm just very pleased with the job that everybody's doing in Public Works and at Columbus Waterworks. I just wanted to say that. So thank you very much for the great job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, sir, give me your name and address or county, please.
All right, Corey Wilson, District 4. With the raise into the waste and collection, will residents be receiving any additional services, or it just will be an increase? Because like right now, we only at 1 day a week, I think. And it's a lot of times where like the green bins is not picked up. So with the raise reflecting services that we receive weekly, that's my question.
So the answer to the question, will services be increased or additional services added? No, there will be no additional services added. The increase, from my understanding, and the finance director can correct me if I'm wrong, is simply to get us to where we can start to pay for the operating services for integrated waste as a whole. So those increases are to help us to maintain our equipment, to pay our staff and everything else that we need to make sure these services that we currently provide are provided every day. I'm sorry. Oh, so the services that you do receive for your fee is you get your household collection, correct, once a week. You have the option to pay for an additional collection cart, which is brown, which is a one-time fee. You also get your recycling collected, your green waste collected, and you can use the green cart as well as any other additional carts that you may have around your home, old trash cans, things of that nature to put your leaves in, as well as your bulk waste. Bulk waste includes your household bulk waste like furniture, as well as your large limbs, large shrubbery, things of that nature. So all of that is collected once a week to every household in Muskogee County. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. Will we miss one every now and then? Absolutely. Just call 311 and we will make sure you're collected.
Thank you, Ms. Short.
You do have to schedule bulk waste. If you know you have a very large pile of furniture or something like of that nature, I would encourage anyone to please call 311. Let us know that you have it out there so that we can go ahead and get it scheduled for collection.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, we'll vote on that next week's meeting. The last item we've got is the Unified Development Ordinance Amendment to provide a framework for technology overlay districts, establishing underlying zoning districts where overlay are permitted, and to define developments of regional impact. This is up for discussion just on first reading. There is a proposed substitute, I think, with some amendments around the table that counselors have been studying. But it's all open for discussion. The mayor is going to set some ground rules. We'll have people come up and speak for or against, but try not to be repetitive. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, no, the ground rules are the same as anytime we have a public hearing. And I'll start by saying the council desperately wants to hear your thoughts on this item. That's how they form their decisions on what they're going to do with their votes. But I will tell you that with so many people, it's imperative that you hold any kind of outburst to a minimum, because then it just slows things down and it doesn't show respect for the people who are up here stating the issues that concern them. This is, by the way, on an overlay ordinance. This is not about a data center. This is not about a specific data center, because if that comes forward, it'll come right back here and you'll have an opportunity to talk about it. This is specifically about guardrails that are being proposed to try to protect the citizens if a data center were to be placed anywhere in our community. So also, the last thing I'll ask you, we've heard a lot of issues, and I expect to hear them tonight, and we want to hear them tonight. But try not to be redundant. If 15 people in front of you have talked about water, or talked about energy, or talked about noise, there's no need to bring that up again. Give us another topic. So we want you to have an opportunity to speak what's on your mind, but we want you to be mindful that that some of these items may have already been touched on. And if you do talk about those kind of things, kind of tie them back to the overlay ordinance. There has been a group that has been working really through the chamber, just trying to come up with some items that they wanted to take a look at that represented the viewpoints of people on different sides of the issue. So I'm going to ask Ms. Tidmore and his group, or if you want to bring the group with you, that's fine, but just to share a little bit about what this group has come up with.
Good evening. Jansen Tidmore, President and CEO for the Columbus Chamber of Commerce. Mayor, Council, really happy to be in front, and great to see a full room. I think dialogue and conversation is such an important part of healthy policy. And so looking at our committee and what we called it's the unofficial committee, because that's exactly what it is. You all didn't mandate us to do this. You all didn't put it on the table that this had to be done. But as we watched conversations around the overlay district and conversations across the country in data centers, from the PAC to you all, you said, I really wish we had a group that took this bit by bit, piece by piece, issue by issue, and dissected it, and kind of cut through maybe what we see on social media and get those subject matter experts to the table to have the conversation. And so that's what we did. We called a group of people that we knew could care and talk about the issue, and we said, this is not a group that is pro-data center or anti-data center. If you're coming to this table and don't want a data center at any cost, this is not the conversation. If you want a data center at all costs, this is not the conversation. And what we did is say, we're not going to talk about a project. We're not going to talk about a parcel of land, because the UDO and the draft overlay is about how we approach this, how we have the conversation, and how we establish the baseline. How do we say, here's the minimum standards that get to have a conversation on data centers in Muskogee County? And so over the course of April and May, this group came together 5 times. We took a deep dive into some of the issues we all know: water, energy, noise, pollution. We had conversations that went deep, and let me tell you, they were heated conversations in the best kind of way. Healthy dissent is critical to policy. And around that table, we said, you got to go deeper. You got to tell me why you believe that. You got to tell me what that ties to. And there were some really key things that came out of this conversation. One of those things was there are a lot of systems that come to play when you're looking at a UDO and a draft overlay. The overlay district is step 1 of 5. There's 4 additional steps that have to happen out there. We have to have some faith and some confidence that as you go through this process, which is a rezone, then you also have to go through with Georgia Power and their conversations, Columbus Waterworks, their conversations, Georgia Environmental Protections, their conversations. And if your parcel happens to have streams and rivers, you have to have additional conversations. And all these are layers that go in addition to the overlay district. So this overlay, as you look at it, it is that baseline. It is a more strict baseline. It is how we start the conversation. It is not a yes or a no to a project. It is not the end-all be-all. It is not the development agreement. It is not meant to get to the specifics of a parcel or a site. It is laying the minimum standards that are elevated standards above our current zoning policy. So we do have some key things that we made some additions to. And so what we're recommending to council, hopefully you've seen this, is that one of the things that was most interesting to us is this is about hyperscale data center campuses. And so when you think about a data center campus, it was like, okay, this isn't about all data centers. This is about campus style. How do we define that? How does the country define that? One of the things that was really challenging to do for our planning team, and I got to give them a lot of credit, they put it towards mass of land. 75 acres, contiguous, has to already be parceled together. When we ran a study, that left us, what, maybe 80 properties, maybe 15 properties, not a whole lot of properties that qualify by default. Next, we went through and said water and sewer. Let's talk with Columbus Water Works. Let's work through some of the challenges that were there. You're going to hear a lot of different metrics that are out there, but one of the things that Jeremy and his team will tell you is that we have water capacity, and we have means to hold companies accountable to that water capacity. It is in our best interest to sell water. The Water Works doesn't want to just sit on water. They want to sell water. And so we want to make sure our systems are sound, we can reinvest in that infrastructure. And every step along the way, they had that conversations about the mandates of that reinvestment, the mandates of not only covering your cost on site, but covering your cost down the train there. So water, sewer, energy was the same thing, really going deeper about how energy's not just looking at the transmission, it's looking at generation, it's looking at everything along those steps. And we trust those processes. We trust those processes to go all the way through. They're not quick. They take 8, 9, 10 months. They're in addition to these. Noise was probably what you see the biggest amount of additions to and what we brought back to you. We think the noise is something, specifically when you go from the DBA to the DBC, that DBC was something we spent a lot of time talking about. That's that vibration sound. That's that sound that's not, DBA is what you hear from our voice. DBC is that undertones, and really newer technologies you're talking about how you mandate that and how you govern that. And what we landed on was laying on those 200 sound setbacks, having sound, having those barriers where you're doing it from the property line, and consistency. We wanted to be consistent because we agree we want this to be enforceable. We want this to be something that can be enforced, can be held accountable for, and that you all have the teeth to make sure somebody's adhering to what they say they're going to do. And so last, setbacks, buffers, designs, you know, at the end of the day, these are a flex industrial building. We thought that what the PAC had put together really hit those in quite a great line. We didn't make a lot of changes there. We did make a note. We don't recommend the 500-foot setback, and what we did was run the math. I don't know that we want to waste that much land. If you do a 500-foot setback, quite frankly, you're taking a lot of land and making it so that you can't use it on 75 acres. I think you want to be very thoughtful on how you utilize that land and how that land gets put into action, gets put into work. And so our process, our scope, our work on this, again, knowing that there's no expectation. You didn't ask us to do this, you have to take no action on it. But you had a group of subject matter experts, you had a group of community members, you had a group that had a willingness to have the conversation, a willingness to go deeper in that conversation, and a willingness to put their names on the line and say, here's how we think Muskogee County can have the most healthy conversation if and when a data center project comes. And so with that, I'll turn it to any of my other committee members that maybe want to say something.
Steve Kraft. I want to say it was an honor to be asked to serve on this group because in the big picture, I'm not a subject matter expert in the area of building, the UDO, or the power sources, but I am strongly versed in dealing with the enforcement of laws, the creation of laws, and a whole lot of these people out here wearing red shirts have reached out to me. So I just want to express a couple of things about the ordinance and a couple of things that aren't in the ordinance. We've discovered there are a lot of existing ordinances that regulate some of the issues that folks have brought up. The waterworks and drainage and runoff and all those issues are already in existence and those protections exist. There are things that are not addressed in this ordinance that must be addressed by you, the council, in a developer's agreement. That's where true enforcement comes from. Some of the key issues that some of these people are going to bring to you have to be addressed in a developer's ordinance where the city manager, the mayor, the city attorney, they iron out the nitty-gritty. And I'll give you an example of a couple of things that are very important to people that aren't in the ordinance. Scalability. There is no limit on how big a data center could be under this zoning ordinance. And that's important because under this zoning ordinance, if you granted that ordinance, then you could start with the phase one with a 200 megawatt facility, and it could grow to any size. Now, having said that, the reason I bring that up is because I understand recently that Flint was asked if they could produce 900 megawatt power supply to this. That would make a data center, this one or any other data center, the largest in the country. And the ordinance does not present any kind of scalability that says if you want to increase from 200 You have to come back to this council, you have to zone, you have to give these people an opportunity to speak. All right, so that is something that you have to address. Then there are issues from an education standpoint that we learned a lot of things from Georgia Power. Infrastructure, if they build a data center, and it's not in the ordinance because some of that would be in the developer agreement, is Georgia Power requires the developer to pay in full the infrastructure. There is no requirement for council or the taxpayers to foot the bill to build transmission lines or transformers. Same with Liberty's Gas, if they run the gas lines for the backup generators. Same for the waterworks, if they extend the water and the sewer. That has to be paid up front. So the taxpayers are not on the hook for those infrastructure things, and that's important for these folks and the folks that can't be here to understand that those costs are addressed both by the providers and in the developer's agreement. So it's, and I think that there are concerns about power rates, water rates, and I'll make this observation because I think it's important because we talked about the garbage fee a little while ago, is that the more customers you have, the more you can spread out the cost. So from the waterworks perspective, we're going to have to address forever chemicals. And that's addressed already in existing ordinances, and the facility would have to have an on-site treatment. We don't have to put that in the ordinance, in the zoning ordinance, that the facility would have to have an on-site treatment facility to address those before water even comes back to the city system. And there's stringent rules and enforcement for that. So the public and the folks that are going to speak to you later need to know that that's why it's not in the zoning ordinance overlay, because those are addressed specifically with each developer and exist already with like Pratt Whitney and their expansions. They have to address those things. They have to treat their wastewater on site. And that's important for the public to know that we're not ignoring those concerns, and those things aren't in the ordinance because they are addressed in existing rules and existing ordinances. If we have a data center, this one or any other data center in Columbus or Macon or Savannah, it doesn't affect the local power rates because the Public Service Commission controls that. You can't do anything to control that in the zoning ordinance, all right? And that's another educational issue that we've discovered that I think that all these coming folks need to understand. One of the important, there were two critical things to me that we kind of worked around that's not in the ordinance, and Councilman Garrett addressed this before about the rule of law. The developer agreement must clearly state, and the waivers must be clear, that every issue related to any data center built in this community is resolved in Muskogee County Superior Court. There can be no removal, there can be no disputing what court, because these folks have to have the ability to bring their grievances into a courtroom, so it has to happen here. And the other is the reclamation issue. It's touched on briefly in the notes that you received. There's a recommendation in the ordinance. What did we call it? Yeah, but I think that one of the concerns that many of these folks might speak about, and hopefully I can address that before they get here, is what happens if the project falls through, gets sold, folds up, goes bankrupt, who's on the hook for fixing the place? And that would have to be addressed in a reclamation agreement. And there's mixed feelings on the committee about that. Some aren't very much in favor of it because it's not an industry norm, but data centers aren't industry norm. But I think the city needs to address that, have a reclamation agreement so that we can take that property if something happens and put it back to where it was or convert it to another use. There was, I have to say, there's probably were some pro and anti-data center positions when all this started, and we've all come to the resolve that we're all pro-regulation. We want to protect the community, and the proposed amendments to the ordinance that we've given you are the bare minimum starting point. And just as a personal preference, I think the council should have a few more hearings and set aside some additional time to address, not just from us or these folks, but call in some other folks to hear about some specific things that may or may not need to be added to the ordinance. And I appreciate it.
Mr. Kraft, before you move up, I had one of the counselors ask me if you guys would mind sharing what your background is, because I think it was very interesting when we heard the diversity of backgrounds on this group. But if you don't have to, but if you don't mind, We'd love you to tell you what your background is.
On the whole committee or just the ones up here?
Well, just the folks here.
Well, from my perspective, most of you already knew me because I was the chief assistant with the Public Defender's Office, and I've dealt with the city for many years, probably longer than some of you have been on council. I have just become, in my retirement, more of a public advocate, using that background and the things I learned being a practicing attorney and learning about the things that you don't know about before you step in the courtroom. So I did that before that, and I'll let the other folks tell who they are and what they. I will say this because I've been asked this by a lot of people. There are builders, there are IT experts, there are data center folks, there are environmental folks. Every aspect of a data center, I think, in some form or fashion was represented by the folks in this group. And I would say that it was extremely diverse, I kind of think that's the best way to describe it. And there were competing opinions because you have a builder who has a very different view of how an overlay ordinance should look like. And we had another attorney on the committee who's a developer, and he's been through it all with the planning folks and with the council and having to get exceptions and having to deal with this. So every perspective I think that you could have was there. And I will say this, part of my perspective is my wife would be, if she was here, would be wearing one of those red shirts. So we're kind of a divided household on that. I'm about pro ordinance protections, and she's just opposed to it. So that obviously plays into the process and my background.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to talk.
Yeah.
They don't bite.
So my name is Josh Ferguson. I've gotten up here and spoken once before about the topic, and I'll reiterate what I said at the time, which is that I think you can do data centers poorly. I think you can do them well, and I think the ordinance, the tech overlay recommendations that we have help make sure that anything built in Muskogee County would be on the right side of that line. So my background is I'm a technology consultant. I'm an independent software developer, and I utilize the resources that are in data centers, and I also produce and sell software to customers that runs in data centers. And until I started this, I'd almost forgotten that when I did a master's in computer science at Arizona State University, and I worked at a research lab while I was there. And at the time, we actually assembled a mock data center. We built all these servers and racked them in this small room and measured the airflow and the cooling and that sort of stuff in there. And I'm actually co-author on 2 academic papers on the topic from that time. So kind of brought back memories, this whole thing. So I want to follow up on 2 things that Jansen said. The noise, the thing that I think matters, one really good hinge, one thing that matters a lot on the noise, and it's in the recommendations in the overlay, is the dBA versus dBc. It's the weighting of the frequencies of the noise. And the dBc weighting really is that sort of low frequency vibrational noise that you hear about in these sort of worst case data center builds. One of the things, it's difficult to mitigate that once a data center has been built. Because there's like a famous case of these people building this giant wall, cost millions of dollars, did nothing to mitigate that noise. You have to get that stuff handled at design time of the building. So one of the things we recommend is that once they have a site plan, before they actually have approval to start digging, and this is before procurement, right? Have them submit that site plan to an acoustics engineering firm. And there's some in our state. I called 2 of them in Atlanta just to kind of pass by some of this information through. And they can run a simulation based on what you design and tell you what it's going to look like at all the different places on the property. And they can help them figure out things about where to locate HVAC systems, what type of HVAC systems to buy. As part of this simulation, they're telling them specifically, it's this train model, right, that does this specific frequency and things. So that will help mitigate and force the developer's hand at an early point in the process, before they've spent a bunch of money doing things, to actually come up with a design that doesn't make a ton of noise. I heard some rumblings about the setback, the committee's recommendation on moving the setback from 500 feet to 200 feet. It's directly related to noise, because what our approach is, it's not to set, like, why do you want a setback? It's a rhetorical question. You want it to prevent noise. You want it to make it sightly, right? So you're not seeing some of these sort of like commercial industrial style buildings. A setback of 500 versus 200 feet at least when it comes to noise, we don't want to be telling these people how to reduce the noise in their system. We want to set the rules at the property line and say, you figure out how to build your data center and meet our rules. If you want to add more setback and trees and that helps you, go for it. If in this simulation you figure out a way to design it the way that, reduces the noise as it gets to the property line, do it that way. We don't want to be prescriptive about how we tell these people to build something. We just want to set the rules. At the property line, this loud or below, right? So, so that's following up on Jansen's point, but one thing that I had kind of prepared to come up here and talk about independently was, look, ignoring proposed data centers and whatnot. Right now, as far as I understand about the UDO, people can by right build hyperscale data centers in commercial and industrial settings. And one of the things the UDO, or one of the things this tech overlay puts in place from the get-go is you're not allowed to use evaporative cooling systems, which are the worst offenders when it comes to water usage. This tech overlay says you must use a closed loop system, which is dramatically more efficient, right? And it also, the tech overlay specifically says you're not allowed to build data centers, hyperscale style data centers, for crypto mining. And anybody that's done any digging into this knows that crypto mining is not something that we want to be investing our public resources in, right? If people want to do it on their private dollar, that's fine, but it's not necessarily Columbus's water that needs to go into it. So if you have any hesitancy about the tech overlay, pass it just to stop evaporative cooling and crypto mining. Really, this overlay is worth it just to get those things on the books, because right now they can build those sort of things if they want to. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Bouthalier. I'm an environmental consultant here in Columbus, Georgia. I was honored to be a part of the committee. It was really a great group of professionals that came in to talk about the data center concept, the tech overlay concept, and it really boiled down to looking at what existing rules and regs are already on the books. There are a lot of rules and regs to protect the environment. There are a lot of procedures in place to protect the environment. The tech overlay district could identify some of those, but in some cases it would be redundant. In some places we would have redundancy that would require the same protection that the state and the feds and the city already has within the UDO. I think, the key is, and rightly so, a lot of concern is enforcement, and development agreement requirements. There's all sorts of rules on the books. We need to do a good job of enforcing the rules that are on the books. This tech overlay district gives us some guidelines, it gives us some layouts. It allows large-scale tech development. It allows, 75-acre tech development. We need to think about things in terms of how many tech developments are allowed in the county. I mean, how many acres are we going to use? How much water will that take? But I think the district, the tech district, actually does its job. It outlines the process. Initially, I was concerned that if the overlay district was in place, that we would not see the projects coming in for rezoning. And, we learned, firsthand that that was not the case. It gave me reassurance that if we establish a tech district, that anyone coming in to use that then has to come before everyone to request a rezoning, just like the rest. And I think that that's a wise process. I think we might need a little bit larger of a notification requirement on that. If you're talking about a 900-acre project and you're looking at 300 feet outside the boundary of the project, I think, for a public notice, we might consider making that a little larger. But in terms of environmental regulations, the environmental regulations are on the book. The developer agreement, I think Steve mentioned too, just the idea of some sort of bond or some sort of an agreement on reclamation or even penalties associated with not following the rules might be in place, but the tech district isn't set up to deal with those issues. You know, we looked at the UDO, what the purpose was, what the allowance of each zoning classification was, and came up with the best ideas for implementing the tech district. I don't know if I said earlier, but, you know, I deal regularly with wetlands and streams, erosion control measures, sediment cases against upstream property owners. We handle a lot of different environmental agreements, so it was good to be able to listen to the requirements of what the UDO is set for, and then be able to look at, you know, what rules are already in place and whether or not we needed to create any additional requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and fellow citizens. My name is Brantley French. I'm a resident of North Columbus, and I served, obviously, on the committee here with those behind me. I'm a cybersecurity engineer. I also moonlight as the director of audiovisual at Grace Presbyterian Church. So when it came to noise, that was what I really did hone in on here. If anybody has ever visited Grace Presbyterian Church, you know that we have a very tough setup when it comes to sound. We can blow your ears out. We can also make it where you can't hear nothing in the room. So that's why I felt I was going to be really paramount to helping figure out the noise issue out there on the property. So I want to begin by making one thing very clear. Tonight is not about a data center project. Tonight is not a discussion about whether you support or oppose hyperscale data centers. What tonight is about is whether Muskogee County should have stronger protections in place if a hyperscale data center is ever proposed. I know there are people in this room who strongly oppose data centers. There are others who support them. And there are many here who are still deciding on where they stand. I respect the people who have different opinions, and those conversations should continue. But regardless of where we stand on data centers, I believe we should all want stronger protections and clearer standards for our citizens. One of the things our committee spent a great deal of time discussing was how to protect neighboring property owners and their home values. We examined issues such as noise, lighting, setbacks, screening, landscaping, and development agreements, areas where citizens have consistently asked for stronger safeguards. Without an overlay, future proposals would still be reviewed under existing zoning tools that were not designed with hyperscale data centers in mind. The technology overlay changes that. It creates clear standards, additional safeguards, and greater accountability than currently exists today. Some have argued that the answer is simply to reject the overlay. I would respectfully suggest that doing so does not prevent future proposals from being submitted. It simply means those proposals will be evaluated without many of the additional standards and protections being considered tonight. I've also heard concern about enforcement, and that's a fair concern. Many citizens feel ordinances are not always enforced as consistently as they should be. But regardless of where you stand on that issue, having clearer standards is still better than having fewer standards. You cannot enforce a setback requirement that does not exist. You cannot enforce a noise limit that has not been established. You cannot hold anybody accountable that has not been established. Excuse me, you cannot hold anyone accountable to standards that were never written. Whether you trust future enforcement or not, having clear standards gives citizens something to point to when problems arise, something to monitor over time, and something they can use to hold both developers and government accountable. And I would make this point, even if this community ultimately decided that no hyperscale data center should ever be built in Muskogee County, because this conversation is not about whether a particular project should be proposed. It's about whether this community should have stronger protections available if one is proposed. If a future application comes forward, there will still be public hearings. There will still be public input. There will still be votes by you, our elected officials. And the public will still have every opportunity to debate that proposal on its own merits. Those conversations belong to that future application. Tonight's conversation is about the rules. Good rules protect citizens regardless of who the applicant is. Regardless of where we stand on data centers, citizens deserve clear standards, meaningful protections, and accountability. I respectfully ask council to keep that principle in mind as you consider the technology overlay before you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, good shaking.
I just went off for 2 observations, and then I'm
Yes.
going to sit down and be quiet. One of the members of our committee was the Dean of the House. And if anybody has ever dealt with him through state legislation, you know that he doesn't say a lot, but when he does, you should listen. And he said 2 of the most important things about this process is trust and transparency. And I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for everything that happens from this moment going forward has to be clearly public-facing, which is why I support more hearings and more opportunities to address it before you actually vote on the ordinance. And the second thing is I offer, and I think I can speak to some of the other folks on the committee, I am more than happy to sit down with a group, individually, with anybody here that wants to pick up the phone and call me and ask more detailed questions, because you will be getting another email from me later about the developer agreement. And anybody here that wants to reach out to myself or some of the other folks, we want to sit down. We want to talk about the process. We want to help everybody know, because just as he said, this is not about a data center. This is about the rules, and that's what needs to happen. So
I'm going to sit. Unless there's questions, we'll go sit.
Are there any, council was asking if you could give some of the backgrounds of the others that aren't here that sat.
Sure. So we had 3 architects on the committee, which I thought was important to understand processes. You heard we had the former dean. We had representatives from subject matter experts from Columbus Waterworks, Georgia Power, Liberty Utilities. We had Brassfield and Gory represented. We had several from the tech industry, such as Cybernetics. You heard from Josh. You heard from Brantley. We had lawyers. We had 2 lawyers on it. And we had developers. So Tracy Sayers with Peasold Management. We had engineers, Warren Mason with engineers. And then we had policy guys such as Warren Still and Calvin Smyrie. And so, again, and kind of as you heard from each one that talked, it was impassioned conversations. No meeting lasted less than an hour and a half. Most went to 2 hours. And we went deep, and which means we feel thorough about the answers that are given here.
We appreciate y'all for taking the lead on this and taking the initiative to study it. So thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to kind of get council's feedback on this. First of all, let me say thank you, Jansen, and the rest of y'all for serving. We really appreciate your input and your guidance in bringing such experts together, because we're not experts. We're trying to learn through this too, just like the public are. I like this. I have some questions on the proposal they have, but I do like it, and I would like to make a motion that we substitute this on first reading for what we have now, and maybe use it going forward as a template to make changes or add to or whatever. So I just want to get council's feedback on that. I guess we Mayor, need a second for a discussion.
All right, there's a motion and a second to substitute this for the original piece and make it clear that doesn't speed anything up or slow it down. It still moves just like it is. Y'all will still have opportunity to talk. All right, to the motion, Councilor Davis? Okay, well, any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that is substituted. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Tidmore. I want to thank y'all and the distinguished body that you have with you. I really appreciate y'all's willingness to contribute back to the community. The Chamber's always been one of our partners, and certainly this is an opportunity that we all work together, and I really appreciate that. I was listening to some of the names on the committee, and you know, I go back when I helped establish Trees Columbus. back in the day that we didn't have a tree ordinance. And, you know, I'm recognizing some of the names on this panel because they were active in developing the tree ordinance, the buffer ordinance, the sign ordinance, the big box ordinance, and the overlays. And you got them on your committee, which is impressive. And it's, what we're doing now is kind of like the same process. As it was said, there's nothing on the books right now. I mean, it's kind of the Wild West when it comes to zoning, but we are creating, this is our UDO, our Unified Development Ordinance, or our, I call it the Bible of Development. But that's what we're doing and adding a section, almost like a special exception for this type issue. We don't have anything on the books and we need it. And it's all about updating our procedures and how we operate. All those things that we talked about were done a long time ago, and as time goes by, they get re-looked at, which there's a couple of them that need to be re-looked at now, like the sign ordinance and some of the other ones that we need to go back and re-look at and make adjustments. And I see this as a working document. It's inserted into the UDO, and they can always be amended as we go and as we learn. I'm going to brag a minute on Erin. I know you're not going to like me for doing this, but I'm going to do it. I worked with Erin for a long time. Matter of fact, she was on 2 of my development projects, and I don't think people really understand what she does, but she's very good at what she does, if not one of the best in the country, in the southeast, I'll go and say the country, in what she does, and we're blessed to have her in our community. And she does it quietly because her job is to go to every development, and she has to work with the developer, the GC, everybody there. She has to pull the paperwork and make sure everybody's in compliance, and all that stuff is monitored on a daily basis all the way through. It's there to protect. It's there to protect the community. It's there to protect the environment, and there's nobody that does it better than Erin. Now, sometimes we don't like what she tells us to do or what she reports, because she reports it. You report it to the state and all the other federal regulatory agencies because it costs us money. But anyway, she does that, and you know what? At the end of the day, it ensures that we're doing the right thing, and at the end of the day, you feel good. Once the landscaping and all the orange, I say all the orange goes away and the landscaping, the grass goes in, it all comes together and it looks so much nicer. And we got a quality project, and you're protecting the environment at the same time. So you had engineers on there too, that we've got great engineers in our community, civil engineers. These are professionals. That's what they do all the time. They're very familiar with these regulations, and they're there to make sure that you're in compliance. The architects are some of the best that I've seen around, and certainly they understand all the language when it comes to the, what we would call structural or MEPs, things like that, that people are concerned about. But, you know, I just want to share for the public, we're listening, you know, and we're listening, and it doesn't matter where you land your feet. Look, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of things that's floating around out there that's just, you know, you can call it conspiracy theories, you can call it facts, okay? But there's a lot of things floating around out there, and people, you know, need to take their time to work through it. We're all working through it, okay? And a lot of this stuff is new to people, and certainly the stuff that pops up every day in this industry that we're talking about every day, every month, is changing from the virgins or the generations, whether it's 4, 5, and 6. I mean, there are people establishing businesses to solve the solutions of the problems that we're talking about today. They are being solved to the point of where now electricity is being put back on the grid, things of that nature. No carbon emissions. There is a lot of technology that's happening that is good, and it's solving these problems, and people are building businesses around it and establishing jobs. So, you know, those are things that we need to think about. But I wanted to say also, everything that's being talked about with this project, it's all speculation. All right, I'm just going to say that. There's no, you can talk about a Project Ruby, but right now there's no Project Ruby. All right, I'm just telling you. There's no project until somebody makes a request. We don't know that. But the reality of this in the state of Georgia, there's probably 20, 25, 30 sites out there, available sites right now as we speak. And a lot of our neighboring communities have come out of their moratoriums and done what they're going to do, and they're making decisions and taking action. And the truth of the people, the end users in this is they're only going to use X amount in their budgets every year, okay, which is billions, to build out or to utilize and capital reinvestment, okay, or investment in this situation. It's my understanding there's probably 5, 6, 7 data centers that will meet the budget in the next 2 years for all these entities out there. I mean, it's not like they have or infinite resources. They don't, okay? They don't. And the truth of it is, they're going to go on one of these sites. And even if it's our neighbors, we know our neighboring counties are even courting and looking at them. But there are sites out there in Georgia, and they're going to put them there. But we need, like you said, we need to look at protecting our community, doing what's best for our community. And the more you look at this, there are tangibles. And there are positive attributes, even when along the lines of creating affordability for your citizens, an opportunity for your citizens, and growing our community. And you have to ask yourself, how many chances are you going to get like that? Not very many. So I want to thank the committee that came together and looked into this and discussed to be able to step up and be willing to help find solutions, and appreciate that. So thank you.
It was our honor.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. Do what?
Yeah, it's open. Floor's open for the questions around the table. Then we can hear from the audience.
I'm sure they will, but right now, there's not any.
Okay? If you want to speak, please raise your hand, and we'll try to take you back and forth on each side of the room here. Give your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Gregory Foster, and I reside in the Chatham Woods subdivision, Columbus, Georgia, 31907. To paraphrase Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the greatest challenges in the world today is knowing enough about a subject to think you are right, but not enough about that subject to know that you were wrong. What this overlay shows is that the opposition was wrong about every concern they raised regarding the Project Ruby data center. From the air, to the taxes, to the sound, to the power, to the site upon which the data center will be built, to the forest, to the water, to the residences on McKee Road, and also the opposition's corrupt intent to their disregard for the majority of the people that reside in Muskogee County, plus the jobs the data center will create and the benefit this project will provide to Muskogee County. I accept this overlay, but with stipulations that I want this council to hear and consider. It appears that portions of this overlay was written to appease the unfounded concerns of an opposition that doesn't know what they're talking about. And just as I expected, this overlay concerns a number of regulatory requirements that are completely unnecessary. Look, I understand the Chamber of Commerce may have felt obligated to assuage some of the anxiety people in the opposition felt, but I'm concerned that the opposition will try to use this overlay to undermine Project Ruby through bogus complaints, frivolous lawsuits, and outright lies, of which the opposition has already demonstrated the propensity to use. From the beginning of the process to determine if the data center was right for Muskogee County, the opposition has spread salacious and false conspiracy theories about backdoor deals between the developer, this council, Choose Columbus, and the Development Authority, without even realizing that Choose Columbus and the Development Authority are basically the same organization. I was stationed all over the world as a military policeman in the United States Army and a U.S. government contractor. At 3 local locations where I was part of a leadership team responsible for the governance of the jurisdiction, we encountered serious problems regarding safe drinking water. And that's the main stipulation I have. In Honduras, where there are a lot of coffee plantations in the mountains, water from those mountains contained fertilizer, pesticides, human and animal waste, and ended up flowing downhill to the streams that people use for drinking water, irrigating their crops, and even doing their laundry. Those unsafe practices led to several outbreaks of gastrointestinal illness. And let me tell you all this. You have not seen agony until you have seen a child suffering from dysentery. In Iraq, a country that is literally floating on a sea of oil, every time we attempted to dig a well, we struck oil. There, the challenge of finding safe drinking water was very different from the challenges in Honduras. And in Afghanistan, the problem we faced was flooding caused by massive runoff from the Hindu Kush Mountains, which is one of the largest mountain ranges in the world. I learned the hard way that floodwaters can carry all manner of natural contaminants that were...
Mr. Gray, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but this,
Well, let me just go
yes,
on
sir,
this-
but this needs to be confined to the ordinance that we're hearing today.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll get back to it then, but
All right,
basically,
thank you.
they do not have a lot of, the drinking water out there on Mercuro, where a lot of these people at, they have septic tanks within close proximity to their well water. They have no understanding of what artesian wells are. They're talking about, and I'll just use the term they use, aquafilters, when they should be talking about water table. They don't know what they're talking about. They have no firsthand experience on it. What you should do, and what this council should, I think, has a responsibility to do, is to push those people to accept the $30 million water and wastewater management system that's going to be brought out there, because it's not safe. I've been out there. I walked around. I looked at it. They have septic tanks within close proximity to their wells. And I'll just end it at that. There needs to be consideration, and these people, I don't care how many red shirts they bring in here, these are not all your constituencies. Some of your constituencies, 19% of them are in the poverty level, right? And that's 38,000 people, and not these people that fill this room. You need to do more outreach, and you need to talk to the churches. You need to talk to the nonprofit organizations that service those underserved areas. This is not your constituency. It's not even the majority of the people that live in Muskogee County. And you need to know that. And it's your responsibility to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want to control the flow back and forth?
You would? Hey, listen, I will say one thing before you start. We desperately want all of y'all to stay here and listen to this, but we want you to do it respectfully. Whether you agree with them or like them or whatever it is, you've got an opportunity to show other people outside this room how to treat folks, and that's treat them with empathy. So all of you, I expect you to act like you respect the person who's talking, even if you don't agree with them, all right? And I do not want our sheriff's deputies to have to pull people out of the chair. That's not what we're about tonight. We're about information, all right? Ma'am, if you would state your name and your county or city where you reside.
Yes, I'm Dr. Jakeisha Bryant, and so I'm in District 7. So I sat there and listened to, I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with this term, anchoring bias. Like when you sell it to us, instead of allowing individuals who are going to be actually influenced by it, speak first. I understand decorum, but what I don't keep understanding is how city is completely out of City Hall on every single project. So yes, we're reading today about the overlay, but we all know it's countless deals that are leaving everyone out. And so to present the idea that it's gonna be within the overlay terms, it's almost like, okay, which of the lesser two should we take? So Project Ruby is a Project Ruby in a name because it was presented somehow. And so they're not just making it up. And I find it such a psychological crap on people to constantly act as if these conversations aren't taking place, and then to not have the individuals who live in each neighborhood speak first and to tell you why this isn't good for them. Like, none of y'all, well, one or two, live near them. But neither, not even on that board. How dare you? Like, how dare you put a board? I am a doctor and a researcher, but I don't live in that neighborhood. So how dare you put together a board that does not have someone who lives in that street? Like, how dare you?
But just so you know, we didn't, well, just so you know, we didn't create a board. The council did not put a board together. This was an initiative undertaken by the chamber because they have a vested interest in what goes on. And their right to do their research is the same as everybody else's here.
Yeah, and so in research, meaning ask the people. Again, city for city hall.
Thank you.
I'm going to be emotional.
Okay, if you would state your name.
My name is Leslie Landy. I live in Eupatoy, Georgia, on Layfield Road, where the proposed data center is going to be. I am not here to speak about the data center. I have an honest question. I've been up here before and asked questions, and I never get an answer. So you want to know why these people clap when someone is ridiculously angry about something and calling us, accusing us of thinking that we are professionals or educated. We are educated. We have all done hours and hours of research to try to provide an environment that we purchased and expect to continue. Now, my question today, and it damn well better be answered. Don't laugh at me. What else does this overlay protect other than data centers? It lets you decide anywhere here, my neighborhood, my street. I know you're talking about protections. Yes, it provides some protections, but I thought I had a protection when I bought my property. So what does this overlay reach other than data centers? Tell me, what else does it benefit? And when are we going to get to matter? When are we going to get to hear the people, the downside of data centers, the downside of an overlay? I just heard a fact a minute ago that I don't think is really a fact. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I would like to ask you. Did you say that there are 15 properties in this town?
Around 70.
Pardon?
Around 70 properties.
That have what?
Ma'am, if,
Qualify basically to this land.
Mr. Tidmore, we'll just let them address the council.
I know, I'm sorry, but
That's all
I
right.
just thought it was, I just want to know, what else would this benefit? What else would this overlay benefit? I'm not talking about the safety measures that are in place. I'm talking about the fact that this tells me that you can put one anywhere you want if we approve it, or you approve it. So what else would it benefit? I thought we had industrial parks for industrial reasons, i.e. a mega data center that's affecting my life. And a lot of these people in 3 counties. And I don't care. You keep throwing out the threat that is going to another county if we don't pass it. I don't care. Let it go. This is not a business decision for us. We don't have a choice. So tell me, please, somebody up there, please, what other businesses would be affected by this, other than a data center? Who would benefit from it?
To my understanding, you benefit from them placing some guardrails so data centers can't go just anywhere.
Okay, you're talking again about the safety, but I'm talking
No, ma'am,
about.
I'm talking about the ordinance that you're supposed to be speaking to.
I am.
And we're trying to make sure that folks focus on the fact that I don't know if there's going to be a data center brought to us or not.
I don't either.
All right, so we're talking tonight about the ordinance. So if you have comments specifically about the ordinance, we want to
I'm
hear.
asking you about the ordinance. I'm
just shared-
asking
we
you
just-
what
we
else
just
would
told you
benefit.
back. It
Because you
benefits
are taking, by putting that ordinance in place, you are taking away my residential property.
Well.
It is, because you've changed the UDO to cover R10, R20. All of those things are now out of our control. My property is that. You took it away from agriculture, you put it on R10, and now you want to put an overlay on it. I am talking about the overlay. I'm also talking about a lifestyle. This. Because we don't have any here if you do this.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's me again.
Hey, me again.
Darlene Laird, District 3, Columbus, Georgia, and I wanted to just start off to kind of set the stage for everyone else who will probably come up and talk to you here tonight. And I wanted to review the Unified Development Ordinance purpose. And I'm going to condense it just because I know reading it all would be too much. So I picked out a couple of bullet points of importance. The ordinance states that its purpose is to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare by regulating the subdivision, development, and use of land, to require development in harmony with the natural environment, to promote preservation of open space, to promote development approaches that minimize cost to local citizens and that promote the effective and efficient provision of public services, to protect the rights of property owners, to give reasonable consideration in the review of development proposals to the character of the district and its peculiar suitability for particular uses. I'm so sorry to say, but I saw a video from Ms. Kogel that she made recently about her stance on data centers. One of the things that she said is we don't enforce our ordinances here in Columbus, Georgia, consistently and effectively. We can't enforce our small local ordinances. How are we going to enforce an ordinance of this magnitude against a $1 billion company? I hate to call you out, but it's important because you did say it, right? And if we're not enforcing ordinances, how are we going to enforce any overlay that we put into place? The Riverkeeper currently has put forth a federal lawsuit against Columbus for Clean Water Act violations. Columbus was asked to make changes that didn't happen. So there's a federal lawsuit. Based on the UDO purpose and by the admission of Councilwoman Kogel and the current pending lawsuit, I don't think anyone up there can vote in favor of a technology overlay. And I ask for a full moratorium on all hyperscale data centers in Muskogee County.
Thank you, ma'am. If you would state your name and your city or county of residence.
My name is Cicely Terry. My city is Columbus, Georgia, has been born and raised, and my county is Muskogee County.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm here well, actually, I would like to start by the mentioning of guardrails. Where are the guardrails for the people? I am here on the data center proposal in two issues, water and the Fourth Amendment. First, water. Your own drought management plan requires Columbus Water Works to monitor Lake Oliver levels, stream flows, and customer usage daily. Data centers are high-volume users. Under DRL-2 and DRL-3, that usage gets restricted and enforced. Second, the Fourth Amendment, Carpenter versus the United States, 2018, ruled digital records revealing patterns of behavior are protected effects. Water usage, timestamps, and volume shown when this facility operates and how much load it carries. That's protected data. So my question, yes or no, will this council require as a condition of approval that Columbus Water Works cannot share this facility's water usage data, patterns, or timing with any law enforcement or federal agency without a warrant based on probable cause?
That doesn't relate to this.
Is that all, ma'am?
You took an oath to the Constitution. If you approve this infrastructure today or any other time without that protection, and Columbus Water Works later hands that data over, council enabled warrantless surveillance of Columbus residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Kogel?
I wasn't sure if we were, if we were going to have the opportunity to discuss some of the issues that were in this amended ordinance, but I just wanted to bring up the topic of, I think it's in L2, where it addresses, and this is in reference to the fines that are being proposed. Mr. City Attorney, can you give us any guidance on whether this is like a state, the $1,000 minimum is per day, is that a state regulation? Is that something that's normal? Is that something that we set? I just have some concerns that $1,000 a day for each violation is not a lot.
Not a lot. No. The state law puts in $1,000 maximum fine for misdemeanor offenses. Under the charter, the maximum fine for an ordinance violation is $1,000, so up to $1,000 for each day is consistent with any other ordinance that's enforced by police, special enforcement in Muskogee County. I mean, this is the maximum, up to $1,000.
Okay. And then, can we, with the red line that was proposed in here where it says continued noncompliance beyond 30 days after the city manager's approved solution deadline shall constitute grounds for civil action by the city, including without limitation citation to Recorder's Court for violation of the city ordinance, injunctive relief. Can we put a timeline on how fast we're able to revoke the certificate of occupancies?
You can put.
I mean, can we say that they have, 30 days or a certain amount of time and instead of leaving it open-ended?
Well, non-compliance is after a notice from the city manager or other enforcement officer. Non-compliance is just a standard deadline. If they don't cure it, then the city could file a civil action to force a cure of the violation. The 30 is amendable. You don't have to use 30. It can be 60 or 90, whatever you want. But
Well, I mean, I guess my concern is how long that usually takes to follow through with the citations. I know that when we do citations for things within our city, sometimes that takes, we have to wait for letters to be notarized and then come back, and then sometimes that takes a couple years. Is that, I mean, is there a timeline? I mean, and I mean this earnestly, I mean, is there a timeline on how long we expect that to take? Just leaving it open-ended, I don't think really helps.
Let me just say this,
situation.
if people are cited to environmental court, they have it every week in recorder's court. If they're cited,
Okay,
every Wednesday, they're going to go before the environmental court judge for whatever the violation is. But this also gives the city another tool as far as filing a civil action
Okay.
to get an injunction or other relief that might be needed to force compliance. So,
okay. I'm going to leave that at that right now.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar concern. I think we've had some sidebars about it, is because of the limitation of the ability to fine above $1,000 in recorder's court, I would like for us just to move the whole thing to Superior Court. How would we do that?
well, the ordinance violation has to start. The enforcement starts in recorder's court. I mean, that's,
Is that the way the charter's
yeah,
written?
but if there is a civil action for injunction, for example, if the city needs an injunction to force compliance, that normally has to go to Superior Court. The recorder's court does not have equity powers. You got to go get an injunction in Superior Court. So, I mean, it just depends on the relief that you're seeking.
Okay, all right. So recorder's court in this ordinance. is the
Right,
proper-
that's a monetary fine normally as punishment for a certain violation.
Okay, but we can move it to Superior Court based on what the
Well,
civil action is.
If
I mean,
the
not civil
city,
action, but the-
if the city needs an extraordinary remedy, like an injunction, you've got to go to Superior Court.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right. Yes, sir.
Dr. Broadwater, Mr. Mayor and Council. I learned a long time ago, the first thing in solving a problem is identifying a problem, that you have a problem. We have not identified that we have a problem. I've been coming to these meetings a long time. When you see this many people with signs and shirts and with passion, we have a problem. We have to first identify that we have a problem. Whether it's trust or transparency, we have a problem. We can talk about, there was a, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for creating that committee. However, I said this at the very first meeting that we had about Project Ruby. Those of you that were upstairs in that little place, I said this exact same thing I'm about to say. Unless you have people, subject matter experts on both sides that are con and pros, when I heard this committee, it almost seemed like it was pro. Not saying that you were, not saying that you were, but that's what it appears to be. Now, when this came up, I got in my car and drove down McKee Road and heard residents. I don't know how many of you all have done that, but at some point, when you have this many people, we have an issue. So it does not matter what anyone comes up here and tell you and say it's a grade or it's bad. You have to have a organization or committee that is a representation of these people. You have to have someone that they trust. You have to have someone that they nominate to go on the committee. Then from the pro side, you have to have someone from the pro side that they trust. Otherwise, this community will continue to be divided on this issue. And it's a huge issue. I didn't realize it was this big, but it is. Now, there are some things that, I mean, everyone looks at Facebook and everyone hears things on the street about rumors or back deals and why we're having this and having that. But I said to you, Mr. Mayor, until we get pros and cons at the same table, that people that the pros trust and the cons trust, for it and against it, and they work out and bring you back some solutions, you're going to continue to have this problem for a while. And I've seen it since I've been coming to this meeting. We had an issue 2 years ago, and y'all know what I'm talking about. We had a number of folks here, just like it is now, 22 people on the agenda. I'm coming back again to beg and plead, ask you to have both sides at the table. And until you do that, this is what you're going to get. I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. This is Karen Hart. I live in Columbus. My house is actually east on Macon Road, 2 miles away from Transport Boulevard. When I bought my house last year, it needed a lot of work, so I didn't actually get to move in until December 31st. So every weekend I came up and slept on an inflatable mattress to work on my home and get it in shape so I could put my things in it and make it my last home because I'm getting ready to retire. After I left Columbus in 1982, a lot of things happened, and one of the things that happened was I got a chance to have a technology career in 1997, and it's been almost 30 years. I currently am a data center technician. Last week, I worked in a data center in Singapore, and next week I'll work in a data center in Australia from my home here in Columbus. And this has been my primary job for the past 15 years. So if anybody's worried about lost opportunities and that sort of thing that come with the magic of data centers, please don't worry about it. It's not like that. It's not the land of Oz at all. And the people that will be working there will probably never know you, and they're definitely not going to be related to you. At any rate, so I moved into my house and I got it all fixed up so I could move in. And unknown to me, although I knew I was 2 miles away from Transport Boulevard and the business park there, I did not realize what the configuration of the park actually was like. I had not scanned the maps to see exactly. I was just lucky to find a house that was big enough I could move into. And what I found out after I moved in, unfortunately, is that I am I'm less than a mile away from International Paper. International Paper is a 24/7 facility. And if you would like to know what it's like to live near a data center, I invite each and every one of you over to my home. The door is open. You can hang out in the backyard for a while. I'll provide coffee and soft drinks. And you can hear what it's like to be near a data center. The whine and hum is constant. It keeps me up at night. I now have a doctor specializing in sleep problems. One night, I found myself at 3 o'clock in the morning, unable to sleep after hours. So I got in my car, and it was before I knew it was International Paper, and I drove until I found it, just going by what I could hear. And I landed on the property of International Paper right at the front door, and a very nice man who was also just happened to be out on the property at 3 o'clock in the morning was very nice to answer all my questions. And I asked him, does your operation manager, does he have any sort of protocol to test the noise coming out of this facility? Do you do any decibel scanning? Do you have regular forms you fill out? Are you accountable to anybody? To his knowledge, they did not. He was very nice to tell me that I could come back in the morning and talk to their operations manager, but I work in the morning, so I didn't get around to that, but I considered it. However, I know that plant has been around longer than I have. It may have been there longer than my house, which was built in 1994, but what it told me about Columbus was that the ordinances for noise pollution are not being enforced. It should not be keeping me up awake at night. It should not be so loud and so persistent that I can't go out in my backyard and enjoy a conversation with my next-door neighbor. It's miserable. It destroyed my dream of my happy, quiet home back in my old hometown. I'm hanging on still because of all the work and sweat and tears I have put into that house, and I will not let it force me out. But what it tells me is Columbus is not doing a good job if after all these years you could let the peaceful enjoyment of someone's home that they have a right to be destroyed because you're so jonesing to get a company in here that might provide some jobs. I think it's not protecting the residents who have a vested interest in this community, who have their hopes and dreams too. At any rate, I'm going to bang on that little drum one more time about the noise ordinances, which are on my dream list. These can apply to any business. It doesn't have to be a data center. It can apply to any automobile factory, anything you got going on. But they need to be written down, they need to be discussed, and they need to be enforced. So we have separate day and night decibel caps, daytime cap 7 to 10 of maximum 50 dBAs. I know the overlay, I did read that was put together by the committee of SMEs, subject matter experts, did cover the DBCs, but I can only speak in dBAs because I'm not an audiologist and that's really not my jam. But nighttime cap 10 to 7 of 40 dBAs, tonal penalties, that whole tone thing. I have a harp in my house and I can practically tune it by the tone that keeps coming up my backyard and infiltrating my house. The cooling infrastructures and other businesses like International Paper. I don't know that they have a cooling infrastructure, but whatever they got going on sounds an awful lot like a data center to me. They create relentless low-frequency buzzes and hums. Standard decibel scales are designed to mimic human hearing. They actually filter out the irritating low frequencies, meaning a business such as a data center could pass a standard test but still keep neighbors awake at night like me. We should insist on a mandatory 6 dBA penalty added to any business's recorded noise levels if the sound contains a distinct tone. The rule, if a prominent low-frequency hum is detected, the allowable limit for the facility should automatically drop by 6 decibels to force the developer to use advanced silencing technology. Number 3 is structural setbacks and physical barriers, minimum 500 feet. I'm a refugee from Gwinnett County. I lived within 150 feet of Sugarloaf Parkway. I promise you, 300 feet is not any distance at all. 300 feet was as long as from my house to the pizza parlor that held weekly car shows where stereos and rowdy people were allowed to proliferate, and 300 feet is nothing. It should be 500 feet for any large facility. We must insist on installation of heavy acoustic sound barrier walls or specialized acoustic blankets. Number 4 is the proactive testing and continuous monitoring. I'm in IT, that's what it's all about, testing and monitoring. That's mostly what I do all week long. You're gonna test and monitor and you're gonna be consistent about it because it matters. A common mistake communities make is trying to enforce noise rules after the building is completed, and that is wrong. You have to get this right going in. You have to make it clear to these people that if they want to do business here, then they're going to protect the residents. They're going to protect their peace of mind, their sleep at night, and the peaceful enjoyment of their homes, which they have a right to as homeowners. We must insist on the installation of permanent on-site, continuous 24/7 noise logging monitors. We need to have restrictions on backup generator testing so that the testing can only occur at certain times of the day during certain times of the month. And you're welcome to come to my house if you want to see what it's like. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does that sound good, or?
Should be.
All righty. Hello, my name is Mick Etchison. I live in District 3. I'm on behalf of the nonprofit Clean Energy Columbus. And, to the Honorable Mayor Henderson and City Council, thank you for your time. The following are Clean Energy Columbus's recommendations for the proposed Technology Overlay District's ordinance to ensure Project Ruby and future data centers are environmentally sustainable. These changes address 8 distinct issues. I'm going to move a little ahead to the 5th issue, zoning, since I think it's of decent importance. To meet the goals stated under the Unified Development Ordinance, UDO, the Technology Overlay District ordinance must only apply to areas zoned industrial. The Columbus Consolidated Government, CCG, has invested heavily to develop a UDO for the express purpose of, quote, providing adequate light, air, water supply, sewage disposal, parking recreation areas, ingress and egress, and other public improvements, requiring development in harmony with natural environment, promoting preservation of open space, promoting development approaches that minimize cost to local citizens, and that promote the effective and efficient provisions of public services, protecting the rights of property owners, end quote. This technology overlay must apply to areas that are zoned for technical, Article 4, Section 2.4.2, light manufacturing, Article 4, Section 2.4.3, or heavy industrial, Article 4, Section 2.4.4. By assigning the appropriate zoning, i.e. technical/industrial, for all data center developments, citizens can be assured the CCG is following its own land use plan as codified in the UDO. I'm going to move back to Section 1, noise. A lot of the suggestions we had for noise was already discussed by the previous speaker, so the only real thing I'll say with that is that we think language must protect existing vegetation or add vegetation when lacking within the sound buffer that is talked about inside the overlay district. The second section is for lighting. To reduce light pollution that could come from this project, from any data center project, all lights must be shielded and downcast. No older magnetic ballast must be allowed in the facility. A maximum illumination of 0.05 to 0.25 foot candles at the property line. Correlated color temperature between 2200 and 3000 Kelvin on exterior lighting is needed to minimize blue light pollution. Security lighting must use motion and timing sensors to turn on only when needed between dusk and dawn. And a photometric plan must be required as part of the developer's agreement. Third section is power consumption, and this is divided into backup power and primary power. For backup power, state and federal rules offer a roadmap in protecting air quality, but local governments must provide details on regulation in code to ensure enforcement. The overlay must require backup generator type to meet the best available control technology or BACT backed standard. Generators meet or exceed the EPA Tier 4 emission standard. Generators be located within sound limiting enclosures if noise producing. Testing and maintenance is limited to 1 generator at a time during day hours, considering wind and atmospheric mixing. And generators be used only for testing in emergency situations and not to bridge power gaps. For primary power, the overlay must require developers to provide information on how electricity will be served, disclose on-site power strategies, or prevent/limit on-site primary generation. If on-site primary power is allowed, it must be renewable/clean energy and outlined in the developer's agreement. Additionally, the developers should submit a letter from the utility confirming sufficient capacity, submit evidence of a signed long-term power purchase agreement, PPA, to cover long-term power infrastructure upgrade cost. Next section is water usage, but similar to noise, a lot of what we had said in that was already kind of discussed by the previous speaker, so I'm just going to skip that for now. The sixth is community benefit agreements. Above the $200 million needed to meet the state level tax break that's attracting data centers, an agreement must be met to ensure that an outside company will invest in the community. Given technology companies may not offer in-person jobs or realize benefits to the communities, developers therefore must be required to hire a specific number of local full-time employees, ensure that the appraised value of the surrounding properties are maintained, contribute $10 million for at least 20 years to a sustainable development fund to be administered by local leaders from business, church, nonprofit, education, and other communities represented organizations. This language itself comes from CBAs used in London County, Virginia, having learned the consequences of not requiring these types of agreements for past projects. Number 7 is closure and cleanup. The following are needed to protect the land when the data center closes. A developer must post a surety bond. This is a common tool that gives our community resources in the event of shutdown. And a clear closure plan is needed with a roadmap that requires cleanup of the intense and potentially toxic infrastructure left behind. The 8th section is monetary fines for infractions. Similar, a lot of this discussion, and as Mr. Fay has mentioned, some of these fine things are based on legal concerns. If I remember right, it's infractions. So I will skip that. I'll skip that. Members of Clean Energy Columbus are committed to a sustainable and equitable distribution of energy benefit and burden for both the people and local natural ecosystems for Columbus and Muskogee County. As clean leaders allied with this commitment, and as a driver in the assemblage of precise language in the Technology Overlay District Ordinance, we believe that you all will cement your legacies in the preservation of the environment and with sustainable business development. Sincerely, the Clean Energy Columbus Steering Committee, which consists of Christine DeFilanci Antonio, Mick Etchison, Cache Garcia, Jeanette Gayer, Dr. Troy Keller, PhD, and Dr. Kristen Youngkist. Thank you all for your time. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Mick.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council and council, my name is Jonathan Waters. I'm an attorney. I represent several of the landowners in the Upatoi community. I have a BS degree from the University of Georgia in agricultural economics, where I study rural economic development, and a master's degree in water resource economics, where my thesis, which was funded by the Municipal Association of Georgia, concentrated on water supply facilities in the state of Georgia, and I'm published in that area, and I have a JD degree from Mercer University. For the last 28 years, I've practiced law in the state, and I've done cases involving landfills. I've represented the first Subtitle D landfill in the southeast United States in Twiggs County. I have represented cases involving water, and while in school working my master's, I was part of the group that worked on the ACF project, the Apalachicola Chattahoochee Flint River project that came through here. That being said, it all runs down to burdens and benefits. And I can assure you, if this ordinance is passed, and I know it's been stated a lot that this ordinance has nothing to do with the Ruby project, but I would suggest that if this ordinance is passed, it will be a slide, which will allow for the Ruby project to slide right in to northeast Muskogee County. That area, Muskogee County, that 900 plus acres, is 15 miles as the crow flies from where we sit here today. It is 22 miles by driving, and it takes 25 minutes to get there. So I don't want the people that are in this audience in red to be lost on the fact, out of sight, out of mind. Y'all are saying that you're passing this ordinance, and I heard someone say on the group that evaluated it, we've resolved that it's coming. We've resolved already that a data center is coming. There are 100 to 140 permitted data centers are currently being permitted in the state of Georgia. It's not a foregone conclusion that there will be a data center in Muskogee County. But instead of that battle being fought out as usually is fought out in a zoning case, you have this overlay. Now, a zoning case, of course, and it's been told to several of the people that live out there that, hey, hold on, this isn't a zoning case. You don't have to be given notice. You don't have to get something in writing saying that we're going to discuss how it's going to be zoned here down the street from your house, which will affect your property values. And I can assure you, the motives of this is wildcatting at its best, all over the United States. Wildcatters are going around all over the country, developers. They're picking parcels of land that fit the general requirements for a data center. And then they are working the town or the city to try to get a data center set up so that then they can sell it to another party. They can say, hey, we've got everything done. It's a turnkey operation. You just come in here and now you can put up your data center. Now, you've heard objections, and it's fascinating to me that this unofficial committee is basically overcoming objections. It seems to be their goal. I mean, they seem to be, skirting the issue that this isn't about Ruby project. They're saying we're setting up these things to protect the city of Columbus. But as I stated, they're missing the people. They're talking about how profitable it is, how data centers are profitable. Data centers are a big business. $288 million, $1 billion, $288 billion are generated in this industry every year in the United States. Worldwide, over $600 billion is generated annually by these companies. And this company's on the list, this project. There's a database of projects in the works. I mean, they've already got it on here. They've got this project. It's going to occur between 2027 and 2030. They're breaking ground on this thing. It's on 987 acres in Upatoy in northeastern Muskogee County. We're going to use a 600 megawatt grid connection with Flint Energies with phased delivery starting in 2029, extending to 2034. I mean, they're already planning. I mean, it's already out there in black and white on the internet, so it must be true. I mean, but y'all are the elected body of Muskogee County, and y'all have the ability to step on that big toe that is trying to come in the door to Columbus. Y'all have the opportunity to stop it dead in its tracks, because I'm sure that they'll be reticent to try to put in a data center where this ordinance was not passed, because this ordinance itself so what they're going to do, and I can tell you the playbook, and if y'all end up voting this in, this is how the playbook is going to play out. You're going to have this ordinance, and if you pass it, then shortly in this time frame listed on this paper, they're going to apply for zoning of this project. And at that point, they're going to say, hey, this ordinance says we got to do this, this, and this. Well, we're going to do this, this, and this. And we're going to say we're going to use all energy from Flint Energies, but that's not totally going to be true. We're going to use this water, and that's not totally going to be true, because Google and Amazon are being sued all over the country for actually disclosing how much water and how much energy they actually are using. But they're private entities, which makes it their ability to fight in the legislature to prevent them from having to disclose it. But then you're going to pass this ordinance, and they're going to say, we checked all the dots. We met all the requirements you said, so you've got to let us put a data center there. Because you're going to go through the meetings, you're going to have these people live it out there, they're going to get a notice. And it's interesting, we talked about, the gentleman that was here earlier, Mr. Kraft, was talking about Forever Chemicals. You're going to replace Forever homes, which are in this area, where generations of some of these peoples have lived, where there's cemeteries on the property where great-great-grandparents are buried. You're going to replace that with sewer issues. But hey, we're going to address the sewer issues. It's all going to be addressed by the fact you can't pollute. There's laws against that. But why create an issue where you're dealing with Forever Chemicals? Why let the Forever Chemicals replace the people that are citizens of Muskogee County. No matter how far removed, they're citizens and taxpayers of this county. So what they're going to do is, let's say during the zoning process, y'all say, no, we're not going to let that data center go out there on that 987 acres. Well, as your counsel will tell you, the next thing they're going to do, if they checked all these boxes, is they're going to sue you. Because this homeowner, who's not a homeowner, who's a land developer wildcatter, he's going to come in and say, it's my property. I can do whatever I want to with that property. And if you're preventing me from doing that, and I meet all your requirements in your ordinance, then I'm going to sue you. And that's how it's going to play out. So my request, and as the gentleman before me who said, come out and visit these people. You know, if you haven't been out there where the project's actually going to occur, go out there where the project's going to occur. I could not believe someone here said, we thought that was not enough land. It was too much land to take out of operation by this 500-foot setback. So we're going to do 300 feet, which is a football field, which is this is 50 feet across approximately, which is 6 times this. Not me, but some people can throw footballs close to that way. And we don't want to give it 500 feet because that's too far. They need to develop every inch of that property they can. So we would just ask, on behalf of my clients and the people that live out in that area, that you vote against this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Gina McCutcheon. I am from Harris County. I have a beautiful horse farm that I don't want ruined. Sorry. I'm from Harris County. I have a beautiful horse farm that will be ruined. I provide an essential service to the community. I do equine therapy for people with handicaps and disabilities. So my issue with this and with data centers across the country is, as many people have stated, you have an issue. And the issue isn't with the data centers. It goes back further than that. I want to begin with something very fundamental, and that's something that should be understood by every single person in this room on both sides of the aisle. There is a profound difference between a public servant and a government authority. A public servant holds office and trust. The power you exercise does not belong to you. It was loaned to you by the people of this county on a specific condition that you use it in their interest, within the boundaries of the Constitution that you swore to uphold. You are the steward of that power, not its owner. A government authority is what an official becomes when they mistake the office for personal power, when they act as though the title grants dominion over the people rather than an obligation to them. That is not democracy, that is not the oath. And that is precisely what the Constitution was written to prevent. The Georgia Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 1 states plainly, all government of right originates with the people and is founded upon their will only and is instituted solely for the good of the whole, not for the good of the corporation, not for the good of any private interest, for the good of the whole, which means every person in this room, every family in this county, every resident who will live within the consequences of your vote long after this meeting adjourns. The oath you swore when you took office or affirmed an oath under OCGA 45-3-1, that oath is not ceremonial. It is a legal contract between this office and the people in this county. It reads, I do hereby swear that I will support the Constitution of this state and of the United States, and on all questions and measures which may come before me, I will so conduct myself as will, in my judgment, be most conducive to the interest and prosperity of this state. That oath requires 3 things of you today. First, that you know and support the Constitution, not merely that you respect it in the abstract, but that you understand its specific provisions well enough to apply them to the decision before you. Second, that your judgment on every measure be most conducive to the interest and prosperity of this state, meaning the people, not the corporations that petition you. Third, that when 2 obligations are in tension with any private interest seeking your approval, the oath resolves that tension. The people win. The Constitution governs every time. An elected official who votes on a matter of significant public impact, environmentally, financially, or constitutional, without being able to identify the provisions that govern it, has not exercised the informed judgment of their oath demands. That is not an accusation, it is a legal standard, and today I intend to apply it. The matter before this body and the residents of this county want technology. We are not here to oppose progress. We are here because there is a profound difference between technology that serves the public and technology that burdens it, and between an approval process that upholds the constitutional rights and ones that ignore them. We want technology, not environmental degradation that our children will inherit and our tax dollars will remediate. We want technology, not surveillance infrastructure that processes the private data of our families without knowledge or consent. We want technology, not preferential treatment for private corporations at the expense of public utilities we have funded and depend upon. The question I ask you today are grounded in specific provisions of the United States Constitution and Georgia Constitution. They are not political, they are not personal, they are the law, and the same law that every member of this body swore to support. So given that there is a profound and legal difference between a public servant and a government authority, a public servant holds office of trust. Their power is borrowed from the people, delegated for a specific purpose, and bound by the Constitution that they swore to uphold. Their obligation runs downward to the people, not upward to corporate interests and personal gain. The moment they forget this, they have ceased to be a public servant. And that's what you are. You're public servants. You are not government authorities. A government authority is what an official becomes when they mistake the office, when they think it controls the people instead of serves them. I want to ask each of you to answer this question. And no answer is an answer. And it's an answer of no confidence. And no answer to this question means you don't have an answer, and it means you're not competent to hold the seat that you sit in. The Georgia Constitution states that all government originates with the people and exists solely for the good of the whole. In approving this project over the documented objections of the residents and without satisfying constitutional questions raised today, are you acting as a public servant of this community or as a government authority acting against it? I want each of you in turn to answer that question. If you refuse to answer that question, that is no competence in your ability to act as a public servant. Are you a public servant or are you a government authority? I'm asking you a question.
Ma'am, if you would, you address your comments to the chair of the meeting. And I'm not going to answer you.
You're not going to answer. Okay, so that's no confidence. We have, there is a petition for a vote of no confidence that we can all sign, and then we can have these people removed because they are not public servants. They are acting as government authorities.
Thank you,
and which
ma'am.
is unconstitutional.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Cicely, I believe is your name?
Yes.
You're not allowed to come back and speak again.
Why? Because it's public record that y'all are dodging the question of the Constitution?
No, ma'am, it's because we've got a lot of people
It will be
waiting-
used as
A lot of
Exhibit
people
A.
waiting to speak, so I'm going to ask you to sit down If
I let-
everybody else speaks,
Your officer told me that if I have multiple people, I have the right to
ma'am,
speak.
ma'am, there are a lot of people here that want to be
Okay, I
heard.
will, your officer told me that if a few people come up, I can go back and I can speak.
Oh, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you would, Ms. Elamine, you'll have to wait, please.
Okay.
No, not you, ma'am. I'm sorry. You go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, my name is Stacy. This is Everly, my daughter. I'm gonna let her speak first because she has something to say to you. Okay. In the mic, baby.
Where do I stand?
Right here.
Okay. I brought my model chicken because I can't bring a real chicken. Sitting right here. There. Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Everly Maley, and I live on McKee Road in Upatoy. I am up here today because I'm concerned about the data center on Layfield Road. I love my farm, and it would be absolutely dreadful if my hens were exposed to the hum of a data center. Please listen closely. After all, us children will be the ones to lead the next generation. I don't mind data centers whenever they are where they're supposed to be, such as an industrial park. I do mind when they are placed on beautiful rural land right next to neighborhoods and farms with animals who are just as severely affected as humans are. I only want to drink a cold glass of sweet tea, pick flowers, and collect eggs. I don't want loud construction noises and coughing every time I step my foot outside due to pollution. I don't think you would want you or your children to have to deal with that either. Please never think that chickens are loud and smell all the time. Believe me, the only time that they are loud is whenever they announce to me they laid a beautiful egg for my breakfast. They are quiet and are very clean. And it's just so rewarding when they all run to you and go cluck cluck when you call them by name. Such sweet, innocent creatures should never be exposed to a data center. No other animal should either. I understand a data center will bring millions of dollars, but it will take away everything else that is far more valuable than any amount of money. Minerals, water, and wildlife will all be depleted in no time if we keep up with this. I don't know if you truly care about what I've said, but I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Hey, my name is Stacy Maley. I live in Upatoria on McKee Road. Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This photo was taken by one of many residents who live near the proposed site and who will be directly affected by the decisions being considered here tonight. These are people who have built their lives here, raised families here, cared for their land here, and have planned their futures here. But tonight is about more than one rural community. It's about whether zoning still means what the residents were told it means. The residential estate districts were created to preserve rural character, provide for large residential lots, protect environmental resources, and encourage those characteristics to be retained in perpetuity. Families purchased property in these districts with the understanding that those protections meant something. They relied on them when deciding where to build homes, invest their savings, and plan their future. Today, residents are facing a proposal that would fundamentally change what can occur within the districts by creating a pathway for large-scale industrial development in areas intended to remain rural in character. I respectfully ask the council to consider this. In January of 2025, this council unanimously denied Macon Road rezoning request. Compatibility mattered, neighborhood character mattered, the impact on surrounding residents mattered. Those are legitimate zoning considerations. If those considerations were important enough to deny a residential development on Macon Road, Why should they matter less when considering large-scale industrial development in residential estate districts? I also ask council to carefully consider the language of the overlay itself. If a use that is currently not allowed in residential estate districts becomes permitted through the overlay, then the practical effect of those districts is being changed. Yes, a developer would still have to apply the overlay to a specific parcel, but at that point, the discussion is no longer preliminary whether large-scale industrial developments is compatible with residential zoning. The discussion becomes whether the application satisfies the requirements of the overlay. That is why tonight's vote matters. The fundamental compatibility determination is made now. Residential estate zonings make up much of Upatoy, Midland, and Fortson areas. These are not vacant tracts, land waiting for future use. They are established communities and homes, farms, family properties, and neighborhoods where people already live and have relied on the protection and expectations that came with the districts. The impact of this decision will be felt not only across Muskogee County, but in neighboring Harris and Talbot counties as well. The proposed overlay and the infrastructure supporting the developments carry environmental impacts that extend far beyond the project boundary. Many of these residents will experience the consequences of decisions made here, yet they had no vote in the process and little opportunity to participate in it. Because this is not just a decision about one parcel or one community, it's a decision about the future of the rural communities, natural resources, and quality of life that make this part of Muskogee County unique. I respectfully ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sophia Rother. I live in Columbus. I hope I am familiar to all of you all because I did speak a couple months ago on this very same issue, and I hope that you remember that. So I have a couple questions for y'all. Can I ask you questions right now, or should I email you or talk to you separately later?
I think emailing them or talking to them one-on-one. This is really designed for you to get your message across and the council to listen.
Okay, heard. Thank you. I'm just going to voice some of those questions now, I guess, so you can have a little bit of time to mull it over. Earlier, you were talking about how we need to be focusing on specifically the zoning overlay and not Project Ruby because no projects for data centers have been proposed officially. But maybe I don't understand the official proposal process, but on March 9th, I did go to what I thought was a city-sponsored town hall giving information about Project Ruby. It was down at the Salmon Road Recreation Center, and it had Columbus Waterworks and Flint Energy and Atlas Developers and Choose Columbus. So that's why I thought that Project Ruby was a fully proposed project, and I know it hasn't been greenlit yet, obviously. But I just want to say this issue doesn't really feel like it should be a zoning issue. It feels more like a technological and environmental issue, and obviously it should be placed in the right places. It shouldn't be in someone's backyard. But I don't know if these regulations should necessarily be put specifically in a zoning overlay instead of an environmental or technological ordinance, because that feels more applicable. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about what data centers are and the whole Project Ruby thing. A little background on me. I've lived in Columbus my whole life. I'm an environmental science student at Columbus State University, and I really do love it here in Columbus, but this data center, if it happened, would make me love it a little bit less, I have to say. I'm not sure if I would stay after college. And this issue does require a lot more time and consideration. I think that we should have maybe another committee, maybe officially connected to City Council with groups like Clean Energy Columbus and the No Data Center Group, but also with the people who were already on the committee, because I do think they have some valuable input. I just think we need even more voices on that. And I haven't gotten the chance to read the new version of the zoning overlay that was substituted tonight, so I'm not sure on the specifics there. But I wanted to share a little bit about Project Ruby specifically. So on March 9th, I went to that data center town hall, which was hosted to answer questions from the community about the proposed data center project, but I walked out with more questions than answers. I spoke with a representative from Atlas Development, the company that would be building the data center, and I asked questions about the specifics, like the cooling system they plan to use, the backup generators, kinds of generators, but they said they didn't really know anything, that they didn't have any plans laid out. And I feel like it's hard as a community to say whether we want the data center or not if we can't know anything about that project. We got projected numbers from Waterworks and Flint Energy about how much water and power it will take, but I don't know how they had that estimate without that valuable information. And there's a real lack of transparency here, which I think is enough for people to be worried about this, just lack of transparency alone. And I have environmental concerns. I feel like that's been touched on a lot. But I do want to mention that tourism is a pretty big deal here in Columbus. We have our river. We love for people to come to the river and do kayaking competitions and stuff like that. And I'm not sure if this data center changed up what Columbus looked like, I'm not sure if our tourism would continue like it does now. And that's a big part of our industry here. And I also want to mention that simply the power it takes to power a data center, not even the power generators that they have, it takes a lot of power, and they're getting that from Flint Energy. But Flint Energy mostly uses, and I think I have a number on here, they mostly use gas for their energy source, natural gas, which is better than like coal in terms of carbon dioxide emissions, but they also routinely need methane leaks for pressure control, which is a much stronger greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide and has about 28 times the warming power. Burning natural gas also produces nitrous oxides, which combine with other things in the air to create ozone, which is another greenhouse gas, also more powerful than carbon dioxide. And in lower levels of the atmosphere, it can create and trap smog. So all this is to say that the energy needed to run this one data center is over double the amount needed for the entire city of Columbus, and will require increased energy production, likely from natural gas, which will have long-lasting impacts on the environment. So I would like to just reiterate by saying I oppose this zoning overlay. I do think regulations are important, and I think that the people in the city of Columbus should be able to vote individually on if a data center or similar projects should come into Columbus. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, we have a lady that is, I guess, zooming in, or whatever you call it. So she's going to take this next one, if that's okay. We'll call you up next. Ms. Salamine, is she listening?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name, for folks who can't see me there, is Teresa Elamine. And I'm a senior citizen who's been in Columbus, Georgia for 15 years. And I live in District 3 on Shaw Street in one of the historic neighborhoods that really is part of Midtown and the Winton community. Mr. Mayor, and all of you, including the other lame ducks who are up there, you have been here before. When those animal care and control experts came here month after month after month talking to you, and you sat there, as a person said, as some authority, with your arrogance, feeling like you don't have to answer people when they ask you serious questions about their homes, about their sleeplessness, about their health. Shame on you. This is about human rights, and you cannot keep ignoring people. Several of you will be gone in January, at least one of you sooner than January, my prediction. So I just say to you, and I say to everybody there in the audience, they have 30 years of control over economic development that was passed in something called tax allocation district. Number 2 sits there in his arrogance because he knows there's nothing you can do to stop them. They will do whatever they want to do that the Greater Chamber of Commerce wants them to do, which is why the Greater Chamber put together that little work group to try to convince you that they are desperate enough to have something called a data center. Every state in this country is being plagued by data centers. In North Carolina, where I live, people are fighting there too. And in the communities that are well-to-do, they beat back the data centers. In the communities that are desperate and poor, the data centers get in. And you in Columbus and Muskogee County should not act like you are desperate. This is a beautiful community with lots of undeveloped land that could be made better for human needs and housing. But instead, you are so locked into corporate greed and control that you just let any corporation, any investor come in here and just do whatever they want to the people. And it really needs to stop. It really needs to stop. And by the way, I was told by the clerk of council that the items associated with the employee benefits, the pension plans and the death and disability benefits was somehow called by the city attorney, and I somehow missed it and there was no comment. Well, Mr. Fay, I did say to you that I wanted to speak on the pension plans as part of those public hearings. So if you call them and Ms. Alexander didn't say anything about them, I just can't believe that I slept through that because I've been alert throughout this meeting. So I need to know if that really happened, that 4 public hearings got through without any comment, because I wanted to comment. And so I'm first on the public agenda on a different topic. But I just want you to know that I am paying attention. And most of us who are in Columbus trying to change Columbus, we're not from here. We're not from here. And people who have lived here all their lives have accepted what the Columbus Consolidated Government has done for 55 years, led by the Greater Columbus Chamber of Commerce. This is all about doing business. It's not about human needs. It's not about getting people out of poverty. It's just about doing business. And those people sitting up there, the reason why they stare at you and don't say anything, because they've been sold.
Ms. Elamine, Ms. Elamine,
Chamber of Columbus.
Ms. Elamine, if you let me interrupt you for just a moment. If you have something to comment on the overlay ordinance that's being heard, we'd love to hear it. Otherwise, we need to move on.
Well, I can tell you the overlay ordinance is just a first step sham. That guy who was there, the attorney, he spoke about it. You can't pretend this is not about Project Ruby. It is all about the data center. And so don't try to bamboozle me. I can't be bamboozled.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know what it's about, and everybody coming up there understands that this overlay thing is directly associated with Project Ruby to be done in Upatoy on them 987 acres of land. Everybody knows it's practically a done deal if it's got anything to do with any of you, because within the 6 months that you're still there, you would probably vote for it. That's what I think would happen. So I just want to let people know that these folks who are sitting up there staring at you and not saying anything back, that's because they think they have all the power and they don't have to say anything because they just going to vote like they want to vote and do what they want to do. But things are going to start changing next year. Really. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Colleen Radigan. I'm a pediatric nurse here at Columbus. I am from Upatoy and Box Springs, Georgia. I have many family that's still out there. I've personally taken care of some of your children and your grandchildren as a public servant. I feel like that is my job. So I feel like y'all should uphold y'all's job. A lot of my family is going to be affected with having to move out of the land that they have bought many years ago before I was born, probably before my mother was born. But they moved out of the city into the country for a quieter life. And slowly, y'all are building into those areas, affecting those people who bought those and are to give them to us and for our children. I am fortunate enough to have bought a home as a single parent at a 2.8 interest rate, and I only owe $95,000 on my home. But I work extremely hard, and I'll be damned if people take that away from what I've worked. I want to show my children better. If you look, I'll make this short and sweet because I'm not political at all. I've never voted a day in my life. I've never even entered this building. But I went to work today, and I saw this meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and instead of going home to my 2 children, I came here because God told me to. Why? He told me to. When you look at the majority of residents that are affected with these data centers, which will be my personal family, who have been here for generations, who have been head in the Army here at Fort Benning. I mean, you probably know them. I'm 33 years old, so that shows how long I've been here. But the vast majority of residents are dissatisfied with the data centers that have come. I've looked at the aftermath of the things, and it's not with the overlay, if it's a when it's gonna come. And I feel like you should protect us to the highest standards and give us what we deserve, especially if you're taking what's most precious to us and we have worked our entire lives for. I don't get child support either. I don't get government assistance either. I work extremely hard for what I have. But if you also look at the people who benefit directly from these data centers, it is tech conglomerates, energy companies, specific property owners, I'm sure the ones who get paid out billions of dollars. As a single mother, if you offered me $2 million, a part of me could not turn that down due to the financial circumstances I am in now. My mortgage went up. Georgia Power keeps going up. Everything is going up through loopholes and anyway, somehow, whatever, it doesn't matter. But the local municipal government benefits. Last I checked, that is not me, that is not my family, that is not my neighbors, and that is not the people of Upotoy in Georgia. So I am against these data centers for many reasons. Not only the pollution and the environmental factors and the water and the energy, that's just the beginning. But if we're putting walls up and we don't have a project that is proposed, which it sounds like we do, because I have heard about Project Ruby, then it's just a matter of when, not if, but when. And I feel like we're being silenced. If there are 70 properties that we could have used, why aren't we voting on them? Because there might be a city more willing to open a data center than to take our land and to not, does that make sense? So I just ask that while I take care of your family, that you also take care of mine. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cindy Hutchings. I'm with the Troup County Anti-Data Center Coalition. I'm also the State House candidate for District 138, Democrat, which is part of Muskogee County. So that's partially why I'm here. I'm also here because I disagree that you guys had someone from every perspective on your working committee. I'm actually someone who was personally affected by a data center. You see, I used to live in Fayetteville. And I say used to because my husband and I literally pretty much fled from our home because we found out that our home was possibly going to be affected by the infrastructure for the QTS data center. And I heard today that I guess one of you actually spent some time in Fayetteville recently and came back with the idea that everything up there was hunky-dory. And I won't name names, I'll be nice. But just wanted to let you know that I feel like when you were up there visiting, you probably must not have driven down Graves Road and seen all of the huge monopoles and 500 kV lines that are literally in people's front yards, just feet away from their homes, like closer to their homes than the actual fall zone of the pole. That's not safe. And I feel like you probably didn't talk to my friend Hannah, who was forced to sell her entire home, a home she had only owned for 2 years, to Georgia Power because they were going to have to put the poles basically right up against the corner of her house. And they admitted themselves that that was not safe. So they agreed to buy her entire home. And I'm sure you didn't talk to my friend Rachel, who only has a 2-acre lot, and she's losing a third of her property. She's losing every single tree in her backyard, the little bit of woods she had that she wanted her 2 young daughters to be able to grow up in and play in. She's losing every single tree, and those lines are going to be so close to her home that she's now worried about the safety of her children. She's in negotiations with Georgia Power as we speak. And I know you didn't go to Planters Walk in Sandy Creek and see the homes there because, you know what? They're no longer there. They were demolished, all for transmission lines for a data center, for one data center. So the Ashley Park Wansley line that's now being run from that substation that was built within view of my backyard is going to affect 330 properties. 21 more homes are going to be torn down for that line. And now homeowners in Talbot County are being contacted. They're currently in negotiations for the Dresden-Talbot line that's running down to the Talbot Energies plant. But going back to Fayetteville, you know what Fayetteville wound up doing after all of this? 2 of their council members lost their seats last year, and I guarantee that the carnage is not over with yet. And they actually wound up completely deciding to ban data centers. And the way they did it was pretty easy. All they did was just simply remove data centers and crypto mines from their UDO. So you guys don't need to go through all of this performative stuff with creating ordinances, because you can easily just go in and take them out of the UDO, remove them altogether, just ban them. City of Fayetteville did it. Thank you. City of Atlanta has also done it. They've banned them within the Beltline, so it can be done. It's holding up legally. If they can do it, so can you. Also wanted to make a correction on what somebody said earlier from your committee about power bills going up. It's actually been proven and researched by both Bloomberg and Harvard Law that when data centers go into a region, power bills go up. These are pretty reputable institutions that reported on this. Basically, I mean, I could go into all the reasons for it, but the cost of the build out of new power is one of them. The cost of the build out of all this new power generation that's needed, because right now Georgia doesn't have enough power for all of these. So we have to build new power. I'm sure you're aware of that. That cost gets socialized across all the ratepayers. So you can't sit there and say that a data center that's going to come in here is paying for everything when it comes to the power and the utilities. That's just not true. And that's been reported by your own Ledger Enquirer. So basically, not all development is good development. When it comes to data centers, the ROI for your community really just is not there. So I ask you, and as someone who's running for office myself, I ask you, don't do this to your people. Don't let these things in. It's a very slippery slope once you do. I urge you to talk to some of the council members in Fayetteville, because I have. And they've learned a very hard lesson. And it's unfortunately way too late for a lot of the people there in 3 counties now that are being affected because of that project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Davis.
Mayor, I'm going to make a motion that we delay this overlay 1 week, and I would like to have the head of the waterworks come in next week at our next meeting. I'd like him to come in and talk to us about the subject. I'd also like to have a Georgia Power representative if not the head of Georgia Power, to come in and talk to us as well.
Excuse me, let him finish, please.
Mayor, I'd like him to come in. I know there's a lot of things that has just been said, and, you know, it would help to hear firsthand a little bit more about those situations so we can get a full understanding. But I think it's important. I think it's important to this overlay because these are questions out in the community, and people come and sit down and talk to me about it. And you know, I'd like to have the experts come in so that all of our citizens can hear what they have to say about this matter, because it seems to be a lot of the concerns is around water and power generation and things of that nature. So I'm making that motion that we delay this first reading to next week, and that we get the head of the waterworks to come in and talk with us about the subject.
All right, there's a motion to continue on first reading to next week. Is there a second? All right, that dies for lack of a second. Ma'am?
Mine's not real long.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
No, I put you to sleep because I really need to.
No, I appreciate your patience this evening.
No problem. My name's Kara Sasser, District 6. I've lived here a long time. I work in IT, and I've spent my entire career working in and now remotely into data centers. And I guess what I wanted to provide was just some data on the unprecedented scale of these projects. We've already covered some of the potential costs and honestly, the lack of enforceable regulation. I think if you pay attention to the news, you'll see that OpenAI is set to IPO for $1 trillion. And I mean, we don't know what companies specifically are behind this, or, you know, Project Ruby or any other of these data centers that could potentially be affected by this overlay. But how does any ordinance fine, $1,000 a day, even $1,000 a minute, matter to $1 trillion company? Like, I feel like this is such a behemoth. We are powerless. If they come, I mean, I don't feel like an ordinance of any type could possibly protect us. I previously worked in 2 largest data centers in Columbus, which were East and North data centers at 13 and 35 acres, respectively. With Project Ruby at 987 acres, that would be 20 times the size of both data centers combined. I've talked to some people that wonder, you know, why don't we put them in existing technology parks? Honestly, I don't think it would fit. The scale is just, I mean, it almost boggles your mind. I feel like you kind of almost have to see it on paper. And I know, okay, Project Ruby, I guess, is sort of maybe a little bit gaslight, maybe, I guess, if it's not really a thing at this point. But it's not the only data center in our area. And I think that's a really important thing to think about when talking about this ordinance. The scale and speed at which these projects are being introduced in our region is unprecedented. In the charts I've provided, I've compared just 3 of more than 80, I think it's 83 or more proposed data center projects registered in Georgia. Ones that are close by, and these ones are all like at a close proximity and pulling water from the Chattahoochee River, just like Project Ruby would, or any other one that could possibly come here. There was the 987-acre, 600-megawatt Project Ruby in Columbus, 829-acre, 936-megawatt Project Sail in Coweta County, which is near Noonan, and the 270-acre, 400-megawatt Project Pegasus, which is near LaGrange. Statewide, 10,000 megawatts of new capacity, which is enough to power 4 million homes, are being planned. And 80% of that power is going to data centers. And I know we talk about contracts and these data centers, you know, saying that we'll cover the full cost. But if we're just talking contracts, I don't feel that there's any legislation that's power enough to hold them to this. The construction costs are expected to be between $16 and $20 billion to build out this infrastructure. The ultimate cost of this expansion will be between $50 and $60 billion over the coming decades after you factor in interest costs and the guaranteed 11.9% profit for Georgia Power. A few months ago, House Bill 1063 was intentionally stalled out in the Georgia State Senate by Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, whose family is selling land to build a data center in Butts County. This bill, which had bipartisan support, was designed to protect residential ratepayers from absorbing the electricity infrastructure and operational costs associated with massive data center buildouts. What happens if the companies building these data centers go bankrupt or simply don't follow through with their contracts? We and our children could end up paying for this infrastructure for decades. There seems to almost intentionally be no laws to protect us at this point. And then we get on to water usage. And this is kind of the big thing that I feel like, I mean, even if Georgia Power did come, and Columbus Water Works would come, we've seen strange numbers regarding proposed water usage for hyperscale data centers overall. Nationwide, these projects often have the numbers regarding utilization redacted in their proposals. Other times, they just don't make sense. And in the graph here, I want to show you these numbers don't make sense to me at all. Using water allocations that I believe were calculated in 2016, each community of these 3 data centers I'm comparing, on paper had the rights to draw the water requirements requested by these data center build-outs. I'm highly skeptical of these numbers, though. Regardless of the type of cooling technology that they claim to be using, closed loop or not, for instance, the 600 megawatt Project Ruby was supposedly only going to require 330 gallons per day, which works out to be 550 gallons per megawatt, while Project Sail, which is 936 megawatts, was going to need 6 million gallons per day, which is 6,400 gallons per megawatt. I mean, the Chattahoochee River is drought prone. What happens in the case of extreme drought? There are no laws that guarantee that residential users will be put first. Data center jobs, like mine, are mostly remote these days. As these massive data centers are being largely built to power and train AI, their net job creation will be a negative number. Does it really make sense for us to put our resources at risk to help enable technology being designed to eliminate jobs? There is no real legislation to protect us. The scale of these projects make normal zoning standards or overlays basically irrelevant. I don't trust Georgia Power, and I sure don't trust the Silicon Valley, California billionaires, soon to be trillionaires, waving big checks in front of our state officials. Borrowing tactics from email scammers, they are creating a false sense of urgency. I think the only chance that we have for protecting ourselves, the city we call home, and our river, is a full moratorium on any hyperscale data center projects in our community. And you, as our council, I think are our last line of defense. So please take these considerations really seriously. Thank you.
How y'all doing?
Good.
My name is Andre Elledge, Muskogee County, District 9. I just wanted to discuss a little bit with you guys, all skin folk and kinfolk. I kind of noticed that. Being a psychology major, I'm watching every single one of you guys not want to speak to us or discuss to us the actual truth and what's actually happening, but you're giving us silence, which is unlawful. And I just, why are y'all not working with us? That's what I want to know. Why are y'all not working with us? Y'all see that 95% of the entire city does not want this, but y'all are listening to 7 people. Y'all don't care about our kids. Y'all don't care about our next generation. You don't care about me having land or any one of us having land. You don't care about leaving anything for the resource for your own children because they're not gonna have nothing. And every single time that we speak to you guys, y'all laugh at us. And I don't understand why. We're giving you guys the pain that we're dealing with every single day in this county, in this city, and you guys look at us, laugh at us, and go home and go to bed without even a cry. I can tell y'all didn't cry at no Disney movie. Y'all never cried at anything. All I see is, y'all know the terminology, y'all know the phrase, sin agreed? That's exactly what our committee has turned into. And it's disgusting. It's corrupt. And it's getting so out of hand, you guys aren't seeing the severity of what you guys are doing to our county, our environment, our water, our food. And a real question I know that none of you guys could be able to answer, but the AI data centers, will they help our food? Will they help our water? Will they help our children? None of y'all can answer that. I'll even give y'all time.
Do you have anything to say about the ordinance that we're discussing?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm speaking about the entirety of no AI data centers.
I get that,
And the overlay, everything that you guys are doing is completely scripted,
today
and I don't understand.
Today is about speaking, giving the people a chance to speak to this data center. That's why council doesn't answer some of these questions. This is an opportunity for council to listen, and we have been listening. So what I'm asking you is either to make some comments about the overlay district, or wait until if a data center comes forward.
Into that. So tell me, the last 5 meetings did you guys respond back to us when we actually discussed to you about the overlay? Or did you listen to your 7 cheerleaders? Y'all didn't listen to us. That's the communication barrier that's getting broken all the
So
time.
that's-
Every
that's-
single county meeting,
It doesn't
you guys
apply-
do not want to listen to us.
It does not apply to what we're trying to
It
listen to
applies
right
most
now.
definitely because
We've been-
as all of us do not want AI data centers, what do you guys want? You're
get
telling
that.
us no. You're
I get
saying
that.
we're going to have it automatically. It doesn't.
I get that.
You're not changing anything.
You're turning this into an argumentative debate. Come on.
Thank you, sir.
Do I just start whenever?
Yes, ma'am. Just,
Okay.
if you would, just give your name and the city or the county that you live in.
Hi, I'm Taylor Ortiz. I'm from District 7 in Columbus. I did have a list of grievances and issues I wanted to bring up, but it's very clear to me after waiting all this time that you guys really don't care, so I get that. But I do want to say that for this particular ordinance, I'm with Ms. Kogel when she said that we have a hard time enforcing rules we already have. It took me, I spoke to you, I think last year it was, about my neighbors, because I am a homeowner, so I can't just leave if I want to leave. I have to list my house, sell it. No one wants to live next door to me when I have a literal garbage dump next door. There's garbage everywhere. Their dog was off leash. I called animal control, and I'm not a person who calls often. I called at least a dozen times about this dog that was not being taken care of, coming after my children in my yard, pooping on my yard, all their garbage coming over. And she had the address, Ms. Kogel, and she did help me. I will give her that. But it took a long time. It took at least 6 months before they were outside saying, oh, we gotta clean because the city's making us clean. I don't understand. If you guys can't enforce anything with one residence in our neighborhood, how are you going to enforce anything with these mega billionaire data companies? I don't understand how you guys are gonna do that. And you're not answering any questions about how you're gonna do that. And y'all sit up here, you look so smug, you look so disinterested, like you're just filling a seat and getting a check. But the only reason y'all are here is because of us and the citizens who care about what's going on and the people who elect you and pay your salaries with our tax dollars. And I really, truly hope that you really think about what is happening to this town that already has an outrageous crime rate, that already has an outrageous poverty rate, food deserts, you name it. It's gonna get worse. And if you guys wanna keep sitting up here and laughing at people and not caring, maybe care just enough to do your jobs, to stay where you all are, and listen to what we're actually saying about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
I'm Ernie Washington. I live on McKee Road. This is really kind of an interesting thing because I think in front of us, we have people that we would normally consider very educated, very caring, and things like that. But as you guys listen to the people that have been here, and if you listen to people that send you emails trying to help, trying to educate you on what hyperscale data centers do, that's not what we get back. I mean, just like was said before, okay? Somebody goes out to another city that is doing this and comes back and says it's great. It's not. If you guys are doing homework like we're doing homework, okay, and you want to talk about the overlay is permissive, okay? It allows people to come in. And here's the deal. Even though these guys, whoever they are, wherever they are, did a good job on trying to build an overlay, but you know that towns that are close to where we are now have a tougher overlay, and data centers still want to come there. Why? Well, because it's easy, and sometimes governments facilitate, you know, those guys coming in and doing what they're doing to the people, to the land, okay, to the country, okay? It's not a good thing, okay? The overlay, for as good as it might seem, there's something that's really kind of missing that's kind of important. and that is safety. What happens if there's a fire at a hyperscale data center? Are any of our fire departments trained and equipped to handle it? The answer is no, they're not. The closest ones are at Fort Benning, okay? And how long is it going to take Fort Benning, even if they could do it, to get out there? Longer than it's going to take to save the people that are out there. You guys, they've told you, you're the last line of defense, you know? And what does a fine of $1,000 a day, minute, like we said, what does that mean to $1 trillion corporation? Nothing. Now, here's the challenge, okay? We're going to potentially do an overlay, all right? And we're not the big leagues, okay? $1 trillion corporations, they've got lawyers that make more in a minute than the combined total here makes in a day, okay? And they're the ones that are going to make this happen one way or another. Look at everything that you see, all the news about data centers. Virginia, they were great. They had ordinances. They thought they were all good. The largest one in the world, they're trying to stop that stuff now because hyperscale data centers are like cats and potato chips. You can't have just one. Even though we've had people that says more than one, we can only have one. That's not the way it works. Not the way it works. Now, here's something else. This is not the ordinance. Well, actually, sound bites are really pretty interesting. And one of the sound bites that I heard that probably had a mode of truth to it, okay, in one of these sessions, was somebody said, hey, it's no question, it's about the money. That's why we want a hyperscale data center here. It's about the money, okay? And if that's really the deal, who's done the deep dive on the finances of what cities and counties and towns get from a hyperscale data center? Because, yeah, easy button. We're going to get lots of money. We are. But when you go back and peel the onion, all right, and take back the layers, there are counties and towns and school districts that have lost money with hyperscale data centers. So are we just letting somebody come in to build on our land, disrupt our homes, our county, our towns, based on a overlay that we think is going to put in reasonable stops, reasonable control measures for them? Do we think that's going to happen? And how much are we going to get? How much is this county going to get? How much are the school districts going to get? How much are we going to be able to put into the south side of Columbus based on the money that we think we're going to get from a hyperscale data center being here? You guys are the last line of defense. It's kind of your job to take care of everybody in the city, in the county. That's why you're elected, okay? And I hope you do what's smart for the city, what's smart for the county, what's smart for the people that live here, because that's what everybody's counting on you for. That's why you were elected, okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, excuse me, Councilor Chambers. Hang on. Got it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just sitting here, just going back and forth and thinking about what Councilman Davis proposed. You know, before we move forward, you know, I would like input as well from our utility providers regarding the potential impacts. So that's a motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I asked for a delay is obvious. We have heard a lot of questions and concerns, and we continue to, but, you know, you got a lot of people in here who are engaged, but you got a lot of people out there that have not heard. They have not heard from the waterworks. They have not heard from utilities. I mean, they need balance as well to understand, and I think it's important, regardless of where you land your position. I mean, comments have been made that require the answers, And so people can hear and they can make logical decisions based on that. I do think it's important. I asked for a delay because would like to hear from them before I vote. That's what even though it's amendment to the UDO, which is somewhat just a start of we don't even have a request on the table. All it is similar to what we call a special exception that allows somebody to make a request. And I'd like to say what I said earlier and clean it up. I meant more the state, the interest in the state, the budgets of these companies and what they're looking at doing, and they're going to build one of these somewhere. May not be here, but somewhere. That was the point I was making. But Mayor, along with this, it's a concept or a speculation until somebody puts a request. I don't even know what they're requesting yet. I don't even know what it's going to look like. I don't even know how they're going to implement technology. All these questions that are being asked, I really can't answer them until I see more. And this is the first step to see if there's even a request. If there's no request, then we're just going through this for no reason. But until we see a request, which then we can study and research and understand, we need to deal with what we're doing. And I do think water and energy applies to this overlay in some of the areas that it talks about here. And there's other citizens that need to come along with us. So that's why I brought it up. If the council doesn't want to continue first reading, you want to vote, fine. But there may be councilors at the next meeting that want to extend second reading to the next week until we have an understanding. But I would like to ask you or the council, we can request them to come in and speak with us, but Mayor, I would like them to be on your agenda if you would have them come in and talk with us. I haven't had that chance, even though they have had meetings in other places. I have not had that chance to discuss continued questions that I'm making notes of specifically to them. And I think that's part of this process. Whether we agree or not, I think it's part of the process. And there's a continuing process that will take place even after this. It was said that this is a slide-in. It's not a slide-in. It's a protective measure that we require for anybody and everybody, a process in development, no different for anybody else. It's equality for everybody along those lines. And still, there is a process that will continue that you can even further have safeguards and protections through conditions, through hearings, and even at that, if we need to extend it even further, we can do that. But we're not there yet. And I don't even, I don't put a lot of weight into it until I see a request. And even at that, it's probably going to be 3, 4, 5 months after that before it even gets close to coming back to this table or to PAC. They got to go through a whole new process, whomever it is, to deal with it. But if we're having this conversation now, we need to talk about it, because if Muskogee County's not doing it, Harris County's going to, or Talbot County, or these other counties, I'm just saying they're going to tap into the same resources that we have.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the table.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
for clarification, was that to continue the first reading, Councilor Chambers?
To delay.
To delay till the next?
To delay for how long, sir?
To the next, yeah.
Yeah, because this is on first reading, so it
Yeah.
wouldn't be voted on until next week anyway. So do you want to continue on first reading?
I want to delay.
For how long?
Delay the first reading.
Okay. All right, so you want to delay
For a week.
okay. All right, well, we'll delay it for 1 week. There's a motion, a second. All in favor? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? We'll have to wait a minute. Yeah, we'll have to wait a minute. All those in favor, raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right, any opposed, raise your hand. That's it. All right, so it's delayed for a week. We,
And utilities.
and what?
Utilities.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Now, we still want to hear from the people who've come here to speak. I mean, a lot of folks showed up. We don't want to cut this off in the middle. Again, we've been here a long time, and we don't want to shortchange anybody. So if you've got something to say that is what somebody else has said, if you don't mind, bring a different topic with you. And again, I ask you to, I know a lot of folks don't want to listen to this, but the only thing this council is working on is an ordinance. And whether you agree or not, the only reason they did the ordinance for an overlay is to try to create some safeguards. I've seen the district councilors do this. If something's in their district, they don't want it, but yet they think, all right, if it goes through, if I go through, I want to make sure that I've tried to put a few safety nets under it. That's all this is about. So again, I would ask you to keep your comments focused on that ordinance and on that effort by council, if it goes through, to make sure that there are some safeguards. And that's really all we're doing tonight. So we'll continue. Sir, you've been waiting. I appreciate it. If you would state your name and your city or county of
Yeah, my name is Scott Anderson, Muskogee County. So in kind of my day job, I'm a worst case scenario kind of planner. Things happen. What are you going to do when that happens? And so I'm thinking kind of in the future around these ordinances. And I've been digging around online, and this is not my wheelhouse, which is why I'm here asking you. But based on what I found, we have in Georgia what's called a Dillon's Rule, which basically states that at the state level, they dictate what we can do at the local level. And basically, despite having a consolidated home rule charter here, we're strictly bound by Georgia's underlying Dillon's Rule principles. These restrictions manifest in two primary ways. The preemption doctrine: if Columbus Council passes an ordinance that directly conflicts with a state statute, general state law instantly overrides the local ordinance. So my question to you guys is, if we're putting in rules and guide rails on this data center and something happens and we have to go after this data center, or you guys do, have you guys done the due diligence to look at a state level on what authority you have to actually enforce these? What is going to be preemptive at a state level to stop you from doing that? So that's my first question. And then the second one, if you take the Fayetteville issue that happened with, I think, 30 million gallons of water with the Google data center, they didn't go after them for anything. So that's my second question. Are you willing to go after these data centers if they violate your rules and laws that you put in play? So can you do it, and will you do it? So those are my two questions to you.
Once again, I'm just going to tell you that the council is here tonight listening, not getting engaged in back and forth. We've already said, I think as we listen to the committee, I think it's already been stated that we wanted, in fact, the councilors up around here have talked about going to Superior Court instead of state court, where the fines could be bigger. So I think
But doesn't it go to the state beyond that?
So let me finish. So I think they've illustrated to you that they are more than willing to go after anybody that violates any of our ordinances or any of our laws, to include state law.
Right, but my question is that eventually it will get to the state level if they keep going. I mean, they've got unlimited funds, unlimited lawyers. They'll just keep pushing it till it hits the state, right? At what point have you guys looked at the state statutes and laws to see what you can and can't do? Because if you bump up on this, I mean, you've got 40 to 120 data centers coming into Georgia for a reason, right? Has the state backstopped anything these guys want to do? Because I haven't seen the state or the local government be able to do anything once these data centers go sideways. And I mentioned what I do for, in my day job is that this stuff happens over time, right? I'm a cybersecurity specialist as well. I've been doing this for 25 years. It goes sideways all the time. That's just part of the process. You've got to plan for when it goes sideways, right? A white liquor tank just ruptured in Longview, Oregon this week and killed 9 people, right? You got to plan for when things break. This is an industrial setting. That's what happens. It's just like humans. It's fallible, it breaks. What are you guys going to do when it breaks? And can you do it, and are you willing to do it? Those are my questions to you guys. And if you're not willing to answer that, if you're deferring it to other plays, Mayor, the not my job thing, that doesn't sit well with anyone in this room, anyone in this city, right? It's your job to get in everybody's business. That's what you're here for. And I'm kind of disappointed.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you'll have to wait till, you don't get to come up twice. You get one chance to speak to the council. No, ma'am, you had one opportunity, and you've had that, and I appreciate it.
I understand that. I'm just saying that this is my first city council meeting, so
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, yes, ma'am, I understand. This is your first year, and I'm just trying to educate you that you only get one opportunity to speak on first reading. Now, you can get on the city council public agenda for the next meeting by calling the clerk's office, and she'll put you on there for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Deb Jarzymkowski, and I'm from in Upatoy. I have a couple questions, and you don't have to answer them because I'm kind of confused. We're doing this new overlay, technology overlay, because we've never had anything like this. It's a new beast, it's a this, it's a that, so we have to have this new thing. But yet tonight, what we heard over and over and over again was, well, we didn't write that in because we already have those safeguards in the old one. New beast, but we're gonna use old ordinances. I don't know, I can't wrap my head around this. So why are we not writing new ordinances and new restrictions? Not the same 200 feet that we heard apartment buildings have. I've been in those rezonings, and those apartment buildings only had to have 200 feet of trees, because that's the old ordinance, and all of a sudden we're putting it in a new thing because it's a new beast and we need this whole new thing. But we're gonna use all these old, we don't have to write that in about the environment because we got these in the old ordinances. But this is a new thing, we've never run into this before. So my question is, why are we mixing new and old when all we keep hearing is, we have to have this new ordinance, we have to have this new overlay, we've never had these before, this is all new, this is all brand new. But we're gonna bring all these old things in to this new thing we've never had. We should be writing in new 500 feet, gosh, a mile buffers, whatever. We should be writing in new height requirements. We got a height requirement of what, 75 feet? But that doesn't count anything up there, so we've got a building that's 75 feet, but we can put a tower on it about 120 feet. Well, what does that do? You know, noise goes out, whatever. So I guess I'm just kind of, like I said, confused how we have to write this whole new thing, new beast, new technology, new industry, but we're gonna turn around and use the old ordinances and not write the restrictions in the new thing that's all brand new. I'm confused. I think it should just totally be written. All the restrictions should be written in there in this new beast ordinance. All the fines should be written in this, instead of a $1,000 fine. It's a new beast. Write the $10,000 fine. Write whatever you need to do, but it all needs to be written out, not rely on old environmental ordinances, old whatever. And oh, by the way, I don't even think that air pollution or air quality was even in this new one either. So.
Thank you.
I'll make this quick and dirty. Robert Landy, Layfield Road. I don't believe that the overlay is the actual issue. I think the overlay is a runaround current rezoning. Does anybody here really believe that if you went to rezone this property on Layfield Road to commercial, that it would be passed? Does anybody believe that? I don't. This is in the middle of a rural residential area. It is in the comprehensive plan to be used that way, and the overlay is a way to avoid trying to rezone that property by just saying we're laying on top of, we'll leave the underlying zoning as RE10. And that's ridiculous. It's going to revert to RE10. The problem is, I believe the overlay of where it's being allowed, i.e. in the document it says it can be in RE10, RE5, or RE1. This overlay can be laid right on top of those current zonings. I think that's a problem. I think that whole thing is just an end around of trying to rezone that property to commercial, because that's what it's basically doing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to state something for the record. I know we have a buffer ordinance, and in our buffer ordinance, I think the minimal requirement on a buffer is 20 feet for an undisturbed buffer. Usually, sometimes we'll stretch it to 25 on residential and some other areas. 50 is an extreme. There's only one project in Columbus, Georgia, I know right now that's 100 feet, okay? And that was put on, I believe it was put on a rock quarry. And that's the furthest extreme we have. We don't have anything even close to 200 feet in Columbus, Georgia. And the way I read this overlay is that this overlay applies to the whole county. It's not just the topic of conversation. It's the whole county in case there's a request wherever it is, and you would apply it to that specific area or the land that is being requested. And then these requirements are the minimal that we would request and require for anybody making a request for rezoning. I want people to understand that we can go to 300, we can go to 400, you can go to 500. It just depends on what is put before you when you get a chance to look at it. We don't know, but those are done in conditions. Somebody talked earlier about safeguards. That's how we've always done it in zoning, is through conditions on ordinance. They talked about developer agreements. You can do a developer agreement, but the real document that applies, legally applies, and that has to be adhered to is the ordinance on the request and then the conditions that it's based on. So this is the way I look at this ordinance that's presented before us is 200 feet is a minimum, but you can go to 300, 400, 500. We don't even know what a site plan looks like yet, but those are things that can, or further safeguards. And to me, I really look at the safeguards being conditions that have to be adhered to. And then somebody said something about enforcement. I mean, on something, anywhere in Muskogee County, on something like this, there will be the ability for this council to specifically, you could specifically and approve special enforcement, codes inspections for these projects and developments. That can be out there full time. You can do that. That's a possibility to keep an eye on these things at all times. These are possibilities and could be conditions, and this council could do that to take on the extra resources if needed. So, you know, I don't know if this matters to anybody, but, you know, we need to talk about these things. They are right. Sometimes we are silent because we're listening, and sometimes when you say something, you take the chance of, you know, getting the rocks or getting it thrown back at you, and so sometimes you just listen. I mean, that's the reality of it. You listen, and you take notes, and then you try to take it and digest it and improve and move forward. But this is the same process that we've used for years, and that is democracy. I mean, that is the process that we go through, that we're trying to work through, and this is the first step. This is not saying that we're approving a project. It's just setting up our UDO if there's ever a request in Muskogee County. If it applies, it does, but you don't even have to approve the overlay, because the overlay will actually be part of the zoning request. And, you know, and that's the reality of it. But I wanted to say the conditions is where the true protective measures come into place. And, you know, those things, I'm spinning the wheels right now thinking about things that you can put in as conditions if this ever comes to fruition. But I don't know, because there's no request on the table. And we don't know if we're getting at the point. It's speculative. So, and I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I don't even know, sit here and God's honest truth, I don't even know if a request will be put in. And that's the truth. But I do know I'm speaking you the truth, it could go somewhere else, and that's the fact and reality of it. And they will use the same resources. But I just wanted you to know it's our job and our responsibility to make sure that we do this and do it right, but we still need to update our UDO, just like we did the tree ordinance, the big box ordinance, sign ordinance. We got a noise ordinance. There's the overlays that we already have that are protecting citizens from development along major corridors. That is kind of what this is, and we're trying to get it right. So we are listening, and regardless if you believe me or not, we are listening, and we're trying to take steps. Like I just delayed this, I want more people to hear some of these questions. I would like to ask them specifically to the people right there and get more information that if we need to craft this. So I don't know what else to say, but that's the way I look at this, is I've always believed that conditions and ordinances is the way to protect your citizens.
Thank you, Councilor. Please, sir, go ahead. Your name and district, I guess, or county.
Yes. Hello. My name is Eddie Singleton. I live in Muskogee County, District 1, actually. I'm not here for any kind of regulations and all that stuff. These are just my thoughts. I am a network engineer. I've been doing IT and networking for over 30 years, to include downrange. Okay? So respect for all my IT folk that came up here, good information. The only thing that I'm thinking of is when I think of an engineer project or any project that I'm doing, I think of the beginning of that project and I think of the end of that project. The beginning of that project is very important because that's where you got to put everything in place and hope that it's the best for the best for the best and that it's going to work and pull everybody through. One of the biggest things with, say, for instance, a new project is the construction of that project. The majority of the concerns that I hear, and I've been through like the first data center meeting all the way till now, I've heard good, bad, and indifferent. And I can tell you about the technology inside the building and that goes around the building that can make that thing work. But what I started to learn as I was listening to people were the effects of them, what was happening to them on the outside. That's something I had to actually sit back and take in and learn about. A lot of the concerns come from the construction piece of it, the runoff, the spills, and the lights and the noise. Most of that is going to come from your construction side of the house when they get out there and start tearing everything down and building everything up, those types of things. And I know I've not heard anybody really put any kind of specific barrier to them or who's going to be there to make sure that they're doing the right thing. Because if they do the wrong thing, it doesn't matter about the data center because the data center now got to live whatever gets destroyed in that process. If they can't build it correctly and effectively, then the data center is going to get criticized for everything that they failed to do as well, okay? So for any project, that construction piece really needs to have an oversight to it. Somebody's got to be able to say, okay, hey, you got to do things this way, and I understand they got EPA and stuff like that, but somebody's got to be there on the ground with them to be like, okay, you can't just like override this. You can't just push this to the side, okay? So I don't know if the overlay is a place that we can put any kind of guidance in for that. Who's going to be overseeing that? But someone needs to be checking out the construction piece of that. At the end, I've been in the military over 25 years, and I retired here from drill sergeant off of Sand Hill. Every time I was at a base and that base was about to close, the military would have to come in and the government would pay a whole bunch of money because they had to renovate that place to a certain standard before they turned it back over to that city, that state, that country, or whatever, all right? So what I propose is there anything that says if you fail to, I don't know, continue working in that location, if this doesn't all work out and you want to move somewhere else, can't they renovate that area to a certain standard to make it more beneficial for another business to move in, or for it to go back to the original, how it was? They should be able to put that money back into that area, you know? I mean, they came in and destroyed the area. They should be able to build it back up to a certain standard, you know, before they leave. And that should be part of the talks. That should be something that they really need to look into. And if we're not the ones, or if this overlay is not the one, the area to put that concern in, then we need to be talking to the one who can actually make that decision. You know, because the beginning and the end are the most important parts of any project, all right? The noise, if they don't build it right, you're gonna get the noise, right? The pollution, if they don't do that right, you're gonna get the pollution, right? So they have to do everything right in the beginning. This is where everybody's gotta, you know, get inside that room and they gotta bump their heads and they gotta break out the new technology and get it going. I can tell you what works and what doesn't work, but I can't tell you how it's going to affect everybody. And everybody's telling me, or I'm hearing, how it's affecting people. And then that's one of the biggest things we've got to take in consideration. I love technology. I love, you know, the ways it's advanced. And there's a lot of advancements out there. There's even generators that don't even give you all the, you know, the after effects that people are having a hard time with. But they cost a lot, you know, and you got to really enforce it to be there. Companies, they're going to try to find the cheapest way to do the best thing for them. They're not going to try to find the best thing for you and expect to get that same amount of profit from it. So when we talk about those things, I would like to hear more about that in this conversation, how they're going to start it, how we're going to ensure that they enforce that they start it, and how they're going to end it. If it's all said and done and you can't do what you got to do, or you got to leave in a hurry, or your building burned down and now we got this rubble here, who's going to clean that up? No, you need to come back and you need to renovate this thing and get it back up to standard so someone else can move in who can do a better job. And that's all I got to say about that. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Kim Hicks, Sheep Troy, Georgia. I'm not going to go over everything I've written because a lot of it has been said. I would like to ask for a moratorium, 6 months to a year. We need experts. We need experts, not Georgia Power, not Columbus Water Works, who are going to profit. They're going to tell you what they want to tell you because they're going to make money. We need experts who don't have a dog in the show, you know, who aren't expecting to make money. Professionals, experts. That's what we need to work with the committee that talked to Georgia Power and Columbus Water Works. But we need people who are not going to profit from this. We can't trust anybody who's going to profit from this. I'm sorry, we can't. And speaking of trust, I don't trust this city to enforce this. When you've had the Chattahoochee River Keepers, a nonprofit organization, have to go and get a lawsuit to stop a contractor who for a year and a half that the city knew was releasing sediment and materials into the river and did nothing. They did nothing for a year and a half. They offered, I think, February and April, they ordered stop work orders but didn't enforce it. So it took a nonprofit organization to hold those people accountable for breaking rules and laws and codes that we have in place. We did not Enforce it. How can we expect you to enforce something that could blow up in our backyards? I fear for the people that live in Upatoy, which is me and a lot of these people. I fear for our city. And I tell you, Mr. Davis, democracy, what democracy is, would be to let the people vote on a data center. And I know we're talking the ordinance here, of the overlay. That is just an intro for them to come in. That's all it is. It's not protecting us.
I'm Dan Veach. I live in the Historic District, 14 West 5th Street in Columbus. I was just going to say exactly what you said. I think we do need real impartial experts to come in and give us their opinions on this. We need the Chattahoochee River Keepers. We need the Flint River Keepers, because this will also involve them. We need the Southern Environmental Law Center. We need some people who have looked at the whole data center problem over the whole area and have some credible input about this. We also need Georgia Power and the other people involved in building it. That's great. But we, as the gentleman said before, we need both sides at the table. I think it's very unrealistic to expect to finish the first reading next week. In fact, people have made many great suggestions, and in fact, Steve Kraft has, I think, shared with you his suggestions for the overlay, which are actually as long and detailed as the overlay itself. So there's a lot more work that needs to be done on this, a lot. So I think we need to go to delay that, restart the process, and have another first reading some months from now. And I certainly agree that the people need to have a chance to vote on this because it's going to affect everybody in this county. And there is the potential for the greatest environmental disaster in Columbus history. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Alicia Harricourt. I live on McKee Road, but I live in Harris County. And these ordinances for this overlay really won't pertain to us. I'm concerned about water, power, safety. I live about 2 miles from this property, and I feel like that with no one on the council having very much knowledge in this area, it's new to everyone, including the people out here, that I feel like we should have a moratorium. And everyone do some more studying on, the benefits and the disadvantages of this. I'm not necessarily against technology, but I want to know that we're safe and that we're taken care of, and that this not only affects Muskogee County, but Harris County residents with no benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Well, we want to thank all of you for your patience. We want to thank you for your participation. I'm sure we're going to be discussing this a lot more in the coming weeks. So stay engaged, and we'll continue to work on it. I'm certain that the other councilors have been like me. I've filled up about half of my notebook sitting here making notes. So we will follow through with some of the things that we've talked about. So thank y'all. Mr. Fay?
Let's give him a minute.
Yeah. I know y'all been here most of the night, but we've got some more business we have to conduct. So if I could get everybody kind of moving towards the door. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney.
All right, again, Mayor, we'll bring that proposed substitute back on continued first reading next week at 9 o'clock. We've got one add-on resolution, Mayor. I can describe it briefly. This will settle all the claims of Melissa Johnson for an accident that occurred on June 23rd, 2022, for the sum of $375,000. It's been discussed and around the table. It's ready for action.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Thank you, and that's all we have this evening.
All right. Next is the public agenda. And everybody will give you 5 minutes and 3 at the end of the meeting if we're unable to get through everything. First is Ms. Teresa Elamine, representing Southern Anti-Racism Network regarding youth curfew and police state practices. Ms. Elamine, you can go now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that listening to the people from the Uptown Business Association criminalizing young people for wanting to enjoy a summer vacation in the most vibrant area of downtown that has more police protection than any other area of the city. And so what are they worried about? That they would propose a curfew only for the summer and only for students in the overwhelmingly majority Black Muskogee County School District. Because if you're talking about children between the ages of 8 and 17, those are school-age children. And they probably go to the Muskogee County schools. And you want to set up a curfew that's only going to last till September, that's saying we only want the little bad Black kids not to come downtown. And then when the CSU students come back, they'll be okay. That's the way I heard what was being proposed. And what was really shocking, number 3, is that you seem to be wanting to expand the curfew throughout the city of Columbus. How crazy is that? We do not need to curfew our children in the summer. What those businesses should be doing in Uptown is what the Publix on Milton Road does. They hire children who are 14 and 15 and 16 years old, and I look at them doing a great job every day. There are several young people that I know that work downtown in those businesses, so why don't the businesses find a way to hire them? Because if they're coming downtown to hang out and enjoy their summer vacation, what's wrong with that? Any of them that are misbehaving, there are more police in that area to stop it. And anybody who gets drunk and unruly down there who are adults, there are plenty of police to stop it. We do not need a curfew on our young people for coming to an area that we pay taxes and we buy stuff in. And it was just an outrageous proposal. And it's all coming from the same people who run Columbus. And I'm just going to hammer away at the Greater Columbus Chamber of Commerce. Shame on you for coming up with such a scheme. You put your little dog and pony show together for the data center thing, and it's just really dishonest, number two, to say you don't know what's going on, because there's no way that the chamber is not talking to somebody about that data center. So let's not try to bamboozle folks in that way, and don't bamboozle us in thinking that it's a good thing to keep our children from being downtown having a good time. Many of those 16 and 17-year-olds have cars and they drive, and they should be able to come downtown in the summer. So I know number 4 didn't understand what sunset meant when they said we only want this to go on for the summer. So once they get back in school, we don't worry about them, but we don't want them enjoying their summer coming down to our prissy, nice businesses. That's what was said at the last council meeting. And I say shame on all of you, because the impact of that is racist. And that is the fact that you have to come to grips with, because those children they talking about the black kids. And we all need to stand up against that. Full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Mrs. E. Lawrence, representing MEC, office hours follow-up and music steady. If you would give your name and your city or county of residence.
Z. Lawrence, Columbus, Georgia. I'm sleepy. What was the rest?
That was it. You got it right.
All right. Something from Prince.
We are gathered here today to get through this thing called life.
All right, I'll just play that part. That's Prince. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here to talk about this thing called life. So I've been before council a couple of times. I don't know, I didn't have a grandchild then, so, you know, it's a lot of years later. And welcome, Councilwoman Barnes. Your father was a big advocate for the Music Entertainment Council and music. Speaking of data, I'm not here to talk about all that, but Columbus needs a music commission. We have music data that's out there that turns into dollars. We need a music study, something that I've brought before years ago. And now all the cities that I gave comparison, like Macon, Augusta, Savannah, Huntsville, Alabama, Fayetteville, Arkansas, they have gained a lot of money by doing these studies, right? Not to point any fingers, but I have a great council person when it comes to this, because he thought of the Sports and Entertainment Authority, right? Brought it. Kogel also backed it. And that can do a lot of things, but we're missing a piece. We're missing music. So here's the speech. And ChatGPT said this is 3 minutes, so we'll see, because I'm sleepy. I'm here tonight to support 3 initiatives that can help position Columbus for long-term success: establishing a music commission, conducting a citywide music industry study, and creating dedicated office space and office hours for city council members. First, let's talk about music. The music industry is much more than entertainment. It's an economic engine. It includes artists, producers, recording studios, venues, educators, marketers, event organizers, and countless small businesses that support the creative economy, which music alone in the state of Georgia is $5 billion in economic impact. Columbus already has the foundation to become a regional music destination. We are home to the Columbus Symphony Orchestra, the Liberty Theater, the Columbus Civic Center, River Center for the Performing Arts, the Columbus Cultural Arts Alliance, Schwab School of Music, Rainey McCullers School of the Arts, Columbus Jazz Society, Columbus Community Orchestra, Bob Barr Band, the Loft, the Suite. Notice we have 2 orchestras in one city. That's nowhere else in Georgia. We have a lot of cultural assets. We also have extraordinary talent. Organizations like Voices of the Valley, which right now, as of this week, they're performing at Carnegie Hall, proving that Columbus artists can compete on the national stage. What we lack is a coordinated strategy and an office. When you look at Atlanta, Georgia, and the other cities that are going to establish these things, we can do it, Columbus. A music commission would bring together artists, venues, everything that I stated before. It would attract investment, so the Chamber of Commerce could say, hey, let's utilize music. And Jansen and I had a conversation, and something happened, and he's like, whoa, I didn't know you do that, Z. I do a lot, y'all. I just dress like this. I look like this. I go around the globe, and I get respect everywhere. I would love to get that at home. Part of the Grammys, advocating, going to D.C., we can make money if we choose to. I won't read all the rest. All of these things rely on data, so we're talking about data centers. Let's do a music study, collect the data, and understand what we have in Columbus, Georgia. Understand if we invest properly in a study that probably costs way less than what was approved 2 weeks ago to study a particular area. You can actually study the whole city, have varied organizations come in, get it down right, and we can grow. Dedicated office space can prevent all that just occurred, right? Y'all just get some office hours, and in January, y'all said y'all have space. So just get office hours for the people in this community to talk to y'all one-on-one, face-to-face. We're a country town, so that's keeping it rural. That was on the back of their T-shirt. So just, sometimes extend that Southern courtesy. So I'll use my last 40 seconds and take a nap, unless y'all have questions. Thank you.
Z, thank you. You've really been a pretty tireless advocate for this, and it's been pushing a rock uphill. And there are other communities making money from an economic development standpoint with music. Don't give up. We'll try to keep pushing to see if we can't get it moving a little bit.
I won't give up, but I did move up in life, Georgia Music Partners, but I'm going to be doing things all around the state. I don't want to forget about where I'm from. And I want y'all to win, because this is where I live. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, next is Ms. Robin Burnett regarding safety. Welcome, ma'am. You would just give your name and your city or county of residence.
My name is Reverend Robin Burnett, and I live here in Columbus, Georgia.
Thank you.
I'm here to discuss the safety of our minors, especially those who look like me. The deafening voice of District 5's councilwoman perpetuating the toxic eagerness of arresting disruptive minors if they violate the proposed curfew of downtown's Uptown is formidably terrifying. I have 4 boys, and I would have brought them here tonight if I had known that she wouldn't be here, because I know they'd be disruptive and I don't want them to be arrested. There is empirical evidence that a curfew such as this in any area of a city that is predominantly Pan-African will lead to preventable tragedies among those who are born melanated, especially black, brown, tan, caramel, and pecan-colored males. As a proud mother of 4 respectful yet disruptive young boys, I frequent Uptown past the proposed curfew, and as I use my futuristic lens, I see myself sitting in an establishment uptown, having a cup of coffee. Then my autistic 7-year-old runs away and out the door. My 6'4", 240-pound 16-year-old runs after him. And then the 12 and 14-year-old run out pretending they are helping. You better believe the yelling, crying, arguing, and harmless disruption will occur. History proves that public disruption, or that perceived as disruption by one of a darker hue, is an area or a face of the privilege within this divided nation. It can definitely lead to a diabolical tragedy. 14-year-old Emmett Till was murdered and disfigured due to lies of public disruption. 12-year-old Tamar Rice was murdered by police because he was disruptive with his toy airsoft gun. 17-year-old Trayvon Martin was shot and killed because of disrupting the neighborhood with an Arizona iced tea and a bag of Skittles. 16-year-old Yusuf Hawkins was shot twice in the chest because of the disruption of walking in a predominantly white neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, the thought of this curfew is a troubling vicissitude. The thought of a 9 p.m. curfew, specifically for Uptown, screams obvious elitism, oppression, and marginalization. As an Army veteran, I stand here thinking about many who are going to be excited about celebrating 250 years of freedom. Freedom for who? As Black and brown teens are already warning one another to stay out of Uptown, as the thought of a curfew scares and deters them. I will not be celebrating 250 years because in 1776, my ancestors were not free. I won't be celebrating 250 years because my son and his friends who are still in high school, they work in Uptown. And they don't get off work until sometimes 10 and 11 o'clock at night. So what do I do for my teenage son and his friends? If I think about 1776, I guess I have them go get permission slip so that they can walk off the plantation and not be killed.
All right, next is Mr. Jonathan Waters, representing Keep It Rural. He's up there first reading, sir. He's oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Corey Wilson, notification and inclusion of all taxpayers affected by technology overlay district and the data center. Welcome, sir.
How you doing?
Just
My
state
title.
your name and the city or county that you live in.
Yes, sir. Corey Wilson. The title was misleading. I was talking about the curfew.
Okay.
Just for reference.
But what, you
yes,
live in
it'll be a little
Muskogee
bit of-
County?
Sir?
You live in Muskogee County?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. So I want to start off by saying a few weeks ago, this council moved to pass a youth curfew ordinance drafted in private meetings between a business association, law enforcement, and the courts without one conversation with families it would affect. Now, this same council is being asked to approve a technology overlay ordinance for a $5.18 billion data center rewritten by the Columbus Chamber of Commerce in 5 private meetings. While residents described the project as a mystery and packed this chamber asking if they ever had a voice, we never had a voice. Just like the meeting about the curfew, the public never had a voice. I want to start tonight with a confession. When this ordinance was first introduced, I was not against it. I know there was real issues that need real solutions in this city. But then I looked at how it was built. I looked at the presentation, I went back and I watched it over and over, and I seen Mr. Morrison demonizing children that looked like mine. And it made me hurt. It made me feel like we're regressing. I've been here 34 years. I've been downtown 34 years. My dad took me down there before. He took me down there and our whole baseball team. Like, this is my home. I had a whole speech prepared. I don't even want to talk about it. Uptown does not belong to Uptown Inc. or the people or the businesses in Uptown. That is public. My daddy paid for it. My grandmother paid for it. Her grandmother paid for it. All of us in here paid for it. They cannot ban people from the public because they don't like how these children look. They're scared of them. They're afraid. They're scaring off their business. But I seen them spending money at their businesses. I didn't see them scaring nobody. I go down there all the time with my children. I live down there. It is no way, shape, or form dangerous. It's only dangerous to people who scary. And if you're scared, or if you're scared to do your job as a public official or police, you don't need to be a policeman. We don't need scary police. And we don't need council members who's not going to fight for everybody in their district. All constituents, not some. It's no way Mr. Morrison has a direct line to the mayor to get ordinance drawn for a district when we in other districts, like Amber Drive, for example, my grandma called me all the time telling me, it's people out there just burning out, doing donuts by the gas station, and this, and that. See, grandma called the police. What you want me to do, grandma? I can't go beat everybody up. Call the police. She called, she did everything in her power. No ordinance was made. Nobody ran down there to help that side of town. And that's what's infuriating to me. That's what's infuriating to other black parents who's not here. And I'm not saying nothing has to be done. It is things that can be done. It is solutions that can be made, but nobody asked the community. We just went off the data of one man, and the data was biased. 434 cases, 331 arrests. How many of those 330 arrests was minors? How many of those charges, DUI, narcotics, weapons, can a minor even be charged with without an adult involvement? This is insane to propose this, to ban these children after 9 o'clock at the proposal of a business owner. It is unconstitutional. And then like the fact that I even been speaking out about this and now like having like business owners come to me, tell me, I know all I need to know about you. I spend money in these people's business, a lot of money. I work hard to provide a better life for my children. And to see this same city that I grew up in trying to ban my child for going down there and doing something that I did, it makes no sense. And it's completely unconstitutional. And like, everything in me is just like, my wife, she's scared for me to even speak out because of the threat of retaliation, and like, it could mess up, like people could make phone calls to my whatever, but like, it comes to a point we have to stop. We have to stand up and say something. And if the council members or the government will really work with the people and they're really elected to serve all the people, not just select few who can give them a little money or a little clout or whatever, you should not be an elected official. If you're not going to serve everybody, it's going to be hard. Thank you. That's my 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Natalie Nicole, representing Role Model Academy of Arts.
Dr. Natalie Nicole, Muskogee County, 31901, District 7. Public trust is built through transparency, consistency, and respect for the democratic process. Columbus citizens expect similar situations to be handled the same. I see people talking while I'm talking. I guess it's funny, but this is what we mean by the disrespect. I'm going to continue because I don't want to waste my time. Recent actions by City Council raised legitimate questions regarding the recognition of appointed council members, the timing of those recognitions, and whether consistent standards are being applied across districts. The issue is not whether appointed council members should be thanked for their service. The issue is whether the recognition was handled consistently and whether the timing demonstrated appropriate respect for the newly elected representative and the voters who elected them. And we continue to be disappointed by how African American citizens are treated in this council. If it's not questioning their credibility by District 5, their credentials by District 5, it's pay disparity, it's criminalizing them, or in this instance, reading a proclamation on the day of transition of a new counselor. When you review the document that I provided you with, there is a distinct difference between what happened with District 10 transition and what happened this past Tuesday in these chambers for Counselor Simi Barnes. And as citizens, quite frankly, we've had enough of the blatant disrespect from those who are elected to serve. Mr. Begley received a resolution and he received it prior to Councilman Chambers showing up and transitioning as a newly elected official to his seat. They did not share the day. Tyson Begley did not have that day as his day as an appointed person transitioning out on a new person's day. Somehow, this proclamation was not on the agenda. It was on the post minutes. So somehow council and the mayor found that last minute it was appropriate to make a proclamation declaring Byron Hickey Day on the same day that Councilor Simi Barnes was sworn into office. You all knew good and well in advance that he announced right here in these chambers that he did not plan to run for re-election for that district. You had plenty of opportunity and time to give him a resolution or a proclamation, but instead, we wanted to be blatantly disrespectful and give it to him on the same day that a new person transitioned into their seat as a new council person. Why wasn't the recognition presented before? Why was it chosen on that day? And why, and I don't know why you thought it was okay, or appropriate, or respectful in any way, shape, or form. A resolution and a proclamation are two different things. A resolution is something that becomes a part of a legislative record, and a proclamation is something celebrating and honoring someone. And there was nothing to be celebrated outside of Simi Barnes being sworn in as a new city councilor on that day. Nothing else to be celebrated but her. But unfortunately, this council didn't have enough respect to understand that. And again, at this point, we've had enough. Sick and tired of the disrespect by people that we have elected to represent us. The audacity to stand up there and laugh and smile while people are talking today, while I'm talking, but you all want people to respect you all, and you can hit that gavel and put us out at any given time when you get good and ready, but we don't get the same respect in return. I would like to know moving forward, what's the protocol? What are the rules? Who decides who gets a proclamation, who gets a resolution? And the standard should be the same across the board. We shouldn't pick and choose.
All right, thank you. All right, and last is Ms. Stacy Maley. Ms. Maley here? Okay. All right. That ends the public agenda. We'll move to the city manager's agenda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have just a few items on the city manager's agenda this evening. Item number 1 is...
Motion second to move items 1 and 2 on the city manager's agenda. Any discussion on either of those? All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're approved. Do you want to, if you would, state what those items are?
Yes, sir. Just for the record, item 1 is the risk management donations for risk management seminar. And then on the purchase, which is recognized as item number 2, it is the North Star Drive at Kennedy Street Roundabout. And we are trying to complete this as soon as possible while school is out. This is at the new school. And that's all we had for the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, well, Councilor Kogel.
I just wanted to take a quick point of privilege. The fire department is not here. They were smart and went home early. But I did want to, yesterday we had a little fire at our gym. It was, everything's fine now, but I just wanted to give the Columbus Fire Department a shout out and say thank you for their very, very, very fast response time and so many fire trucks that came over. So from the 911 call that we made to the time that they showed up at our facility was probably less than 90 seconds, so unfortunately, they're not here. So, but just for the record, I wanted to give them a shout out and say thank you.
Very good, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the clerk's agenda, the first item is a memo just requesting consideration for revisions to the board attendance policy. We do not have a recommendation at this time, but I did want to make council aware that the current policy has not been addressed in 24 years, and a lot of our boards are having issues with making quorums. We have some board members that are being appointed and then never attending meetings. So we will bring back recommendations at a later date. Next, we have minutes of various boards to be received.
Motion second, receive the minutes. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, they're approved.
And I am asking for 2 add-on resolutions excusing Counselors Crabb and Tucker.
There's a motion and a second to excuse the counselors. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're excused.
Next, we have board appointments. First, we have the mayor's appointments. We have the Columbus Sports Entertainment Authority. The position for the CPA is currently vacant. For the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees, we have Richard T. Boren that is eligible to serve another term, and the mayor has renominated him.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Boren. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? He's confirmed.
And the Business Community Representative seat is currently vacant. For the Youth Advisory Council, we will need a nominee for this seat. Next, we have council appointments that are listed for confirmation. For Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we have Anthony Johnson, Pamela Thomas Green, Ashley Stanley, Taylor Martin, and Christasia Heath. For the Liberty Theater and Cultural Arts Center, we have George McDowell. For Region 6, we have Latasha Morris. And for the Retirees Health Benefits Committee, we have J.D. Hawk and Byron Hickey. They may all be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? They're confirmed.
Next, we have nominations that are confirmed by council for the Historic and Architectural Review Board. We have a vacant position for the Uptown Business Association. For council district seats, any appointments may be confirmed at this meeting. For the Community Development Advisory Council, we need nominees for districts 1, 4, and 5. For the Public Safety Advisory Commission, we do need a nominee for District 5. And for District 9, Councilor Anker has nominated Roy Goodman, and he may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? He's confirmed.
For the Youth Advisory Council, Councilor Barnes is nominating Autumn Brown. She may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Brown. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Go ahead, Councilor Garrett.
Oh, sorry.
Lola Beth James.
All right, do we have a motion for confirmation?
Motion second to confirm Ms. James. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed.
Thank you, Counselor. Next, we have council appointments, and any nominations would be listed for the following meeting. For the Animal Control Advisory Board, we have 2 vacancies, one for the Georgia Vet Tech, the other for Animal Rescue Shelter Representative. We need a nominee for the Board of Health, the Building Authority, Keep Columbus Beautiful, and the Liberty Theater and Cultural Arts Center. For New Horizons, we have 2 seats that we still need nominees to replace those that are currently serving that do not desire reappointment. And for the Personnel Review Board, we still need 4 nominees for seats for the alternate members 1, 2, 3, and 4. And lastly, for the Region 6, Dr. Bussey does not desire reappointment, so we will need a nominee for that seat. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. If there's nothing else to come before the council, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. We're adjourned.